Hello from Philadelphia, and welcome back. Thanks for joining us for the third installment of Amplify Philly at Home. And guess what, Dave?
What?
It's also Philly Tech Week.
Oh, yeah.
Happy 10 years to the Technically team. We have
10.
10, baby.
Woo.
And it's 5 years for Amplify Philly.
Wow.
So we're like the little
Add those up,
cousin
it's
or
15.
something. And then you add them up. That's good. You're really good at math.
For those at home who didn't know.
If any parents at home need a math tutor,
$15 an hour.
$15 an hour. That's a discount. Put in the code Amplify Philly. We have another packed afternoon of programming for you today, showcasing the best in Philly's talent and discussing issues and topics that are relevant not only to Philly, but to cities everywhere. And speaking of that, we hosted a special session this morning with the City of Philadelphia and Select USA called Philadelphia's Leading Women in Tech, Deepening Diversity and Opportunity. If you missed it, you can catch the recording on our YouTube channel, and we'll drop the link in the chat as well. That was a really great session, so check it out, and a really great session for resources and advice for those who are looking to relocate or start their startup in Philadelphia and the Philadelphia region. I'm Michelle Freeman, and I am with Witty, one of the co-organizers of Amplify Philly, and the co-host today with Dave Silver. Dave.
Hello.
Can you tell us where we're at today?
Hey, y'all. My name is Dave. We are at Rec Philly. We are over at 9th and Market within the Fashion District, formerly the Gallery, now the Fashion District. We're in a 10,000 square foot creative center that we've been doing our Amplify Philly virtual series at home broadcast from. We're standing on our Live Nation stage, and we are happy to be here and happy to host this again. For the folks that are checking us out for the first time, tuning in either live or watching the broadcast at another time, and are not familiar with Amplify Philly, we are now a nonprofit, 501c3. This is our first year being a nonprofit, but it is our 5th year, as we talked about earlier, our 5th year of being an initiative all about bringing together some of Philadelphia's best, whether that's in music and art, or whether that's being in startup and entrepreneurship, or corporations or nonprofits. It's bringing it all together to tell Philadelphia's story, typically found at South by Southwest, but obviously not at South by Southwest. We are here in Philadelphia for now, and we're proud to be here, glad that we can pull this off. And as Michelle mentioned, it's Philly Tech Week, so we're really excited to have them as a partner for our at-home series, and happy 10-year anniversary to the whole Technically Philly team.
Happy anniversary!
They've done a great job of navigating this whole pandemic as well, and we're really just happy to be a partner with y'all. Great work, kind of doing everything, turning it online. We understand how challenging that can be. Make sure y'all check out everything that's going on for Philly Tech Week, which is happening now, 2020.phillytechweek.com. That's 2020.phillytechweek.com to get a full listing of their programming and their schedules. And don't miss out on their Introduced conference. Their Introduced Virtual is an immersive online conference introducing you to the ideas, the people, and the opportunities that build better companies, even in the midst of all this adversity. All right, so we have a really awesome evening planned for y'all. Music, conversations, startup panels, and all that good stuff. But Michelle, what can they expect?
It's the afternoon, Dave. It's not the evening yet.
It's good.
But who's keeping track of time or days anymore? I'm just busting on you. We have a great lineup, as Dave mentioned, and we hope that you can join us throughout the day. Keep us on in the background, pop in and out throughout the day. We're here from 1 o'clock till about 5:30, and you can see the schedule up on your screen. And you can tune in and tell your friends and other loved ones to tune in directly via amplifyphilly.com or on our YouTube channel, where you can also drop feedback and thoughts and love notes and questions in the chat on our YouTube. And, of course, we're active on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So you can follow us on all 3 platforms at Amplify Philly.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do want to take this time to thank the organizations and our sponsors and our partners who made this possible. Obviously, at the bottom of this screen, you see a bunch of logos, which is way more than just a bunch of logos. Behind every logo are individuals who really care about telling Philadelphia's story and being a part of the narrative, and we just appreciate their support in helping us navigate this entire situation and understanding us navigating it. So we really want to thank all of those organizations that you see below there. And I have to take a moment to thank the folks that are not on this screen but are in this room and behind this entire operation, which is no easy feat for us. First and foremost, want to shout out the Witty Gritty team, Michelle, and the entire team at Witty Gritty to make this thing work like clockwork, talking to the panels, getting it on social media, getting everything organized. We appreciate the Witty Gritty team. Also want to take this time to thank my Rec Philly team for allowing us to come into our space, kind of mess things up for the day, booking the talent, all of that good stuff. And of course, the Mid-Atlantic team, Mid-Atlantic FX, who are behind the actual broadcast of all of Amplify Philly sessions. They're typically down at South by with us, building out the stage, the lights, the sounds. So we've brought that into our space. Shout out to Rob and his Mid-Atlantic FX team. So that's that. That's our intro.
You're doing great.
Thanks. A lot of practice. Let's get things started.
Sounds good. All right. We got some great friends of ours in the green room here. We're going to kick off things with a super relevant conversation that we had originally planned for South by Southwest. So we are so pumped to have this and think it's just so important pre-COVID, post-COVID, forever to talk about equitable cities. So this panel is called Equitable Cities Through Civic Engagement and Innovation, and it's presented by Drexel University. While tech-driven innovation has fueled tremendous economic growth in select cities, it has also led to dramatic increases in inequality. But cities such as Philadelphia, Detroit, Baltimore, and others are now prioritizing inclusive growth by addressing the question, can we foster equity, access, and inclusion by encouraging civic engagement and solution-based innovation? So you're going to hear from a wonderful lineup of panelists, and I'm going to pass it to Youngmoo Kim, the director of the Excite Center at Drexel University. He will be moderating the session and introducing the panel lineup, and we want to thank Youngmoo and Drexel for their support, and to all the panelists for bringing this important conversation to us this afternoon. Youngmoo?
All right. Thank you, Michelle, and thanks, Dave. It's such a pleasure to be with you. My name is Youngmoo Kim. I'm a professor and director of the Excite Center at Drexel University, which is our institute for innovation that connects technology and communities. I am delighted to welcome you to this panel, Equitable Cities Through Civic Engagement and Innovation, and to part 3 of Amplify Philly's At Home series. This discussion we're about to have was originally scheduled for South by Southwest 2020 for back in March, which you probably knew. And it probably also knew that it was one of the first large conferences to be canceled due to the coronavirus pandemic. So I'm delighted that we're able to bring this amazing panel back together for you today. Of course, over the last 6 months, many people, organizations, and municipalities have been forced to make radical shifts to the way in which they approach development and economic survival. It has become clear that those suffering the most due to the pandemic are the most vulnerable members of our society and are primarily Black and brown. The national outcry in response to the murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Rayshard Brooks, and far too many others has put a long overdue spotlight on the systemic and structural racism embedded in our institutions and policies. At Drexel, in 2011, our president, John Fry, challenged us to be the most civically engaged university in the nation. That's a responsibility we take very seriously. And as an institution, we have tried to pursue a comprehensive strategy that aligns real estate development, education and economic engagement programs, and our innovation initiatives with local, inclusive, and shared economic growth that benefits residents and local businesses. These efforts primarily serve the West Philly Promise Zone, which is a federally designated 2-square-mile region that spans neighborhoods persistently facing over 50% poverty and 25% unemployment. Less than 40% of these households have broadband internet at home. We believe that our approach is a unique one to civic engagement, especially for a university, one that is pursued in partnership with our neighbors for shared development and growth. But the last 6 months have called for a re-examination beginning with a university-wide effort to confront structural racism within our institution and to ensure that our initiatives are fully inclusive and truly equitable. Now, let me introduce our esteemed panelists to continue this discussion. Each will take a few minutes to tell you about themselves and the amazing work that they are pursuing in all parts, in Philadelphia and in other cities as well. Our first panelist is International Affairs Advisor with the City of Montreal, developing projects between cities and international partners. She also co-founded the Montreal chapter of Technovation Girls, a competition for creating mobile apps for young women ages 10 to 18. Please forgive my terrible French pronunciation, but please welcome Stéphanie Jecrois.
Thank you so much, Youngmoo. It's a great pleasure to be with you this afternoon, and thank you so much for the invitation. Maybe quickly, as you mentioned, I work with the International Relations Office at the City of Montreal, and we help develop projects and agreements in cooperation with other cities. Being part of this panel today is a great example of how we collaborate with other cities. We are involved in several multilateral networks of cities and where we exchange on policies and share best practices with the international community. So it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you.
And I just did what I told everybody not to do. I muted myself and forgot to unmute myself. Apologies to everyone for that. Our next panelist has worked in over 50 communities across North America and the Caribbean with over 1,000 small businesses and raised over $60 million for small businesses and community development initiatives in low-income areas to promote community wealth generation. He is the principal and CEO of Urbane, a community development firm with offices in New York City and Philadelphia, and also, I have to note, a fellow Swarthmore alum. Please welcome James Johnson-Piett.
Thanks, Youngmoo. Really appreciate the time. Happy to be here. You pretty much wrote out my whole bio, but I think for the purposes of this conversation, we're really drilling deep into place. So my firm is sort of part real estate developer, part think tank, and part technical assistance provider. So our model really is to dig deep in place, use evidence-based initiatives to understand sort of what's going on in a place, what the assets and the challenges may be, and then use our expertise to be able to sort of set solution points for our partners through strategy, but then actually take those big swings and invest in the communities that we think have been historically underserved for decades. And so a lot of our focus as community wealth generators is thinking through what the next stage of community wealth looks like, given the moment you spoke to earlier. And so really pushing the envelope when it comes to gatekeeping, when it comes to the institutions and the structures that have been historically in the way of true kind of community economic development. So we're really trying to act as provocateurs to move that work forward.
Thanks, James. Great to have you with us. I've been a big fan of your work for a long time. Our third panelist is very well known to Philadelphians. She served at People's Emergency Center for 12 years as Vice President of Community and Economic Development. In 2016, she became Deputy Director of Design and Construction at the City of Philadelphia for Rebuild, a large public-private partnership investing in neighborhood parks, rec centers, and libraries. She became Interim Director of Rebuild, and earlier this year, the mayor appointed her as Executive Director. Please welcome Kira Strong. Oh, you're muted, Kira. Okay. Sorry, everyone. We've lost Kira's audio temporarily. We will come back because Kira is doing amazing work, of course. She is the Executive Director of Rebuild, and many of you are probably very familiar with Rebuild Philadelphia and the amazing work that they are doing. But let's go ahead and move to our discussion topics, and hopefully when Kira's audio comes back, we can bring her introduction back in. One of the phrases in the title of this session, in fact, and a phrase that we throw around as a university far too often and far too easily, is civic engagement, right? And we kind of have, one lens at which we look at that. I mean, I think that, to many in the general public, they think of civic engagement as, oh, yeah, I'm supposed to vote. Right, that's the first sort of layer of civic engagement. But I think we're all involved with efforts that go to different layers. So I just wanted to ask each of you, how do you think of civic engagement, and particularly in relationship now to both equity and innovation? Let's see, James, can I ask you to give us your thoughts on that first?
Yeah, sure. So for us, we're definitely I'll wear my small business and economic development hat today. It's really for us thinking through how can community members, institutions play a role in a sort of collective impact model, where if you're thinking about investing in place, and I think here we'll talk about the sort of rebuild side of things around public infrastructure, but we think about even private business, moving beyond a modality of simple competition where one person's sort of a hero, and really thinking about how communities actually work, where you have lots of different stakeholders and actors playing together. So whether that's the public sector, who and oftentimes in innovation, we don't talk about this enough, really add essentially really high risk capital and infrastructure to the entrepreneurial world. So whether it's the military or your local institutions, sort of like Drexel, adding that sort of R&D space. But what's always been missing in the conversation is how those institutions, whether public or private, trickle down to sort of the everyday neighborhood, and how can those folks create a nice feedback loop with those large institutions as they're making their big plans. So, in essence, in our work, let's say in the next 20, 30 years, when Drexel wants to think about its master plan in their campus, there is a very active community element informing what goes in, informing the capital structures of what's getting built, the actors that are going to ultimately set up shop, and those who get to take advantage of it. And so our job, certainly around civic engagement, is to think about how can we educate folks on how they can engage and tap in. What are the places around innovation, particularly, where folks typically haven't been part of that conversation? A good sort of thinking for us was public infrastructure improvements, things like stormwater or microgrid or even broadband that you take for granted as utility or the new utility. But they're also, investable opportunities, investable assets that the community should be thinking about from a wealth generation perspective. Who owns their infrastructure, right? Andrew Yang's been talking about this for a while. So your data is another play here. So I think a lot of times for us, the civic engagement element is understanding what your core assets are, who's in control of how those assets, grow, shape, and evolve, and being able to be active around the governance of those things going forward.
Yeah. Wow, that's such a great point, because so many of these things that are part of our society, right, and the structures that both own them and operate them are sometimes government, sometimes industry, sometimes organizations and institutions, and it really is a much more tangled story than most people are led to believe. Let me turn to Stéphanie, because you actually live in a different country where some of those structures are a little bit different, some of those policies are different. But can you tell us, how do you think of civic engagement, and particularly as it pertains to inclusion and equity?
Well, and I really thought what James said was very interesting, and when you talk also about investment and infrastructure, we in Montreal we try to, in the project that we build, or even new initiatives that we're trying to put together, there's been a lot of development towards community organizations and bring them together at the table. So to invite the citizens, but also the public, the private sector, the community actors, and just bring them together and say, well, how can we reflect? How can we have a common ground of what we should do with those projects or those initiatives? So it's a lot of listening and sharing process. Try to elevate the understanding of the people in the room, and have them part of this co-creation process, but not just at certain point or at certain stage of the development of the project, but at different stages. Because what we've seen sometimes is that we invite them for public consultation, and then you'll get insights, and then you go back and people don't hear about it. But what we want to do is really to be always in a learning position mode, where we bring in the collective intelligence, where we bring people together. It's a learning process. it's a co-creation process, and we try to, develop things as we go along, and also experiment. So really to be in the invention mode, and we've been really working on those kind of co-creation and labs, and find different ways of working together on different initiatives.
It sounds super exciting, and we'll dive into some of those in a little bit. But I do believe we have Kira's audio now. Kira, can you say hello?
I'm hoping so. Can you hear me?
Yay!
Yay!
Yay! So,
Thanks, guys.
So Kira, if you could take a moment to introduce yourself properly and tell us a little bit about your work, and then we'll reflect on the latest question.
Yeah, thanks so much. I really appreciate it, Youngmoo, and thanks everybody for your patience with our lovely technological both benefits and downsides, right? I'm Kira Strong, Executive Director of Rebuild. Thank you for the lovely intro earlier. Rebuild is a comprehensive initiative in the city of Philadelphia to rehab parks, rec centers, and libraries across the city, addressing 50 or so years of capital, frankly, disinvestment. And what makes it unique, and I think we'll dive into this a little bit more, kind of riffing off of what you guys have already covered, is the focus on equity, both in the selection of the sites that are chosen to be rehabbed, and also in both the workforce and the level of engagement from residents. So really happy to be part of this panel, and glad we're here. Thanks.
Oh, so glad you can join us, Kira, and we're so glad we can hear your voice too. But let you then follow up, because so we're talking initially about that civic engagement lens, and of course you work for the city, and I'm sure that you have your own definitions and perspectives around that. And maybe if you could also tell us how that relates to Rebuild, and maybe even for those who aren't as familiar with Rebuild, how Rebuild came into being.
Yeah, I think, starting with even, unfortunately, the need of these facilities across the city is so great that even though we have a sizable budget to work with, thanks to a sweetened beverage tax that the city of Philadelphia initiated, we recognized pretty early on that it still wouldn't be quite enough to span across the 400 some odd sites across our city. So we did a lot of data crunching, really focused on both health indicators, market indicators, crime indicators, and poverty indicators to look at where are the sites in neighborhoods with the most need. So that was the start of the lens and the framework. And then I think a really critical piece piggybacked onto that was that there's a recognition that it's a city program, but needed to be run in partnership with on-the-ground partners to really get at making sure that the voices of the residents who use these facilities is heard, so that they reflect the needs of those residents. So that's been a really critical piece of our focus, is making sure that that voice exists, that voice at the table is there, and that frankly it's driving the change that these residents are going to see in their facilities across the city.
Thank you, Kira.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like Youngmoo is now I've passed my problems on to Youngmoo here in the technological world. So James, I just wanted to ask a little bit about, I know in interactions we've had in the past, you've talked a little bit about some projects you've worked on. I believe there's an interesting one in New York you referenced, and I'm wondering if you would be willing to talk to this. I thought that was really interesting in terms of all the partners that are being engaged, to talk a little bit about that project with this group and for our audience.
Awesome. Yeah. So we're working on a bunch of stuff in New York, but I'll pick on our Brooklyn project in Flatbush. It's been a labor of love. So it was our first sort of foray into real estate development. So back in 2013, the city of New York put out an RFP to redevelop a existing one-story public marketplace. So think about a smaller Caribbean version of Reading Terminal. So we have about 30 vendors in the space. And what's interesting about those vendors, all micro entrepreneurs, less than 2 employees, had a formerly sort of challenged relationship with the police department. So actually, interesting enough, echoes of what's going on right now. So you have entrepreneurs who were informal, who were selling goods and services tied to the community, but they didn't have the proper licenses or permits, et cetera. And back in the Giuliani days, there wasn't a lot of collaboration between the PD and these folks. And so politicians in New York set up shop for these folks to go into a space and have an opportunity to sort of sell in a more legitimate fashion. Fast forward 20 years later, the facility sort of sits at the heart of a vastly gentrifying community in Flatbush. It's 2 blocks south of Prospect Park, so we're near lots of really interesting amenities. But the Caribbean sort of soul of the neighborhood really sat within that building. At the same time, you had a really aggressive affordable housing need that the city wanted to really fill. So the idea was, could you do development without displacement? Could you preserve the small business owners while providing the new housing stock that was going to be needed? And could you ultimately build around the infrastructure to make that business set of business successful as a neighborhood was shifting into a different demographic? So we jumped in probably a little blinder than I think we probably should have. We learned some stuff, but we got designated as the co-developer in 2015. We went through a significant public process. So in New York City, we spent 21 months dedicated into working with community board, borough president, council, city planning, all the various block clubs, community groups, and other sort of infrastructure that's really tied to the kind of community placemaking and planning to develop a sort of program for this building. So we went through that process. It's an interesting sort of baton race because each group has to afford you the opportunity to go to the next group. And if you don't meet the sort of designation points for that particular group, you have to go back to the drawing board. So if you have a development that's pretty speculative, you got to really make your paces. So, we spoke to, frankly, thousands of people over the course of a year and over 2 years, and focused a lot of our energy on understanding how their needs and their sort of opportunity points around being the new market client base for us, and how to shift our products and shift our customer service provision to that rapidly changing clientele, while trying to thread the needle and not lose our initial base. So it's been an interesting sort of thing. We knocked the building down in 2018, and we've been in construction since then. So we're about 9 months away from stabilizing the new complex. But we've been running the market in a temporary facility for the last 3 years, learning a ton, working with our vendors to try to understand what their needs are going to be. Then ultimately talking about moving back into the new facility, which will be much more robust and hopefully have some opportunities beyond just being able to sell goods and services, but still be that community anchor where it's a welcoming center for Caribbean residents, et cetera. So we're hopeful. And we just turned on our e-commerce site a year early. We weren't planning to do that until we had the space rolled out. But if you go to shop.flatbushcatonmarket.com, you can find a smattering of goods from our 30 vendors that are there. So it's been a really exciting journey, but not without its foibles. And we have the last mile to kind of get to going forward. But that's a bit of probably in a nutshell.
That sounds terrific. And I think I would love to pick your brain. I'm sure others would as well, as some of those challenges that you faced and how you overcame those. Because it's when you get that many partners together, it's where the magic is, but it's also it's hard work. And I don't know if we have Youngmoo back yet or not. It looks like not. So I want to know, just speaking of partners and just kind of when you get a number of partners at the table, which we're familiar with at Rebuild, and James, you were just talking about, I don't know if Stéphanie, if you're still, if you can hear us and are still live, if you would talk a little bit. I think you have some experience around working in neighborhoods and in urban environments with colleges and universities and what that looks like. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I think she's frozen. All right. Got it. So Kara, so I think Stephanie frozen. So I'll kick it back to you. I think Rebuild's a really interesting project. I think you want to talk a little bit more about that sort of collective partnership between the nonprofits in the neighborhood, CDCs, et cetera. And then what it means to sort of rehabilitate a library, a park, a playground in a community, like beyond the sort of look and feel of it. When Rebuild thinks about that investment, what's really driving the outcomes there? And sort of, I think I'd be curious about, like, kind of how does the neighborhood and those actors really own that redevelopment when typically it's seen more as a public investment?
Yeah. No, it's a great question, and it's one we're in the, just to be transparent, with you and the audience, it's a journey we're just really beginning to embark on. We've got a number of nonprofit partners who have started that engagement process, and so I think are really learning and experiencing firsthand. I think some of that tension that does exist around, how do you own the fact that it is a city facility and should be maintained and operated by the city in a way that's responsive to community needs, but also recognizing in most urban areas in Philadelphia, of course, like any, certainly has budgetary constraints around that. It's how we got to where we are with the state of the current condition of these facilities. So how do we strike this balance between the city living up to what it really needs to do on the basics, but leveraging the ability of residents and neighbors who are invested in these sites to be really good partners, which doesn't mean transferring the work onto them, but means partnering around where those needs are and having really, frankly, kind of transparent conversations around what reality looks like there. And I think, there's also really a focus on ensuring that you've got lots of stakeholders involved too, right? So that you've made the bench deeper, and that you've created more constituents and more residents who want to be involved, knowing, as we all do, that comes with some baggage too, right? Around, hey, this has been our facility. Who are these new people?
Exactly.
So that's a whole other separate conversation. But I think, our nonprofits already are experiencing, they have community engagement, real conversations, and residents will say, well, what about the city, where is the city in this? So it's creating kind of a new version of, I think, a civic compact was the hope with Rebuild, and that we're frankly creating the fabric or the framework for a different kind of relationship between city and resident.
Got you. I'll pick on you a little bit more, because I think what you talked about building the bench is super interesting. And I always felt like the most innovative part of Rebuild was, could you take this opportunity to sort of create a pipeline for minority, women-owned, and other disadvantaged businesses to sort of take that first step in terms of growing their businesses through an investment that would be in their communities. So those micro entrepreneurs I talked about, I'm thinking about retail. You're thinking about it almost acting as an incubator for construction and design and other sort of folks in that space. So I'd be curious about what you guys are thinking about there, and what's been some early learnings.
Yeah, no, thanks. I think, we joke sometimes kind of internally that Rebuild is kind of this Christmas tree that keeps getting new ornaments added to it. But one of the things that, components of our program that was always the vision, I think, of Mayor Kenny and others who helped, really create this program, was that it could be this pilot and it could be this incubator to encourage broader access for small, diverse businesses and individuals into workforce opportunities by the nature of us having this construction work coming down the pipeline in some volume. So, our goal initially is really to do this program in 2 mayoral terms, 8 years. We've currently got 64 sites and 72 facilities on the list that we are pushing forward. So it means volume and it means work opportunity. And we're anticipated to be in total roughly a $400 million project. So for the city and for us, that's great opportunity. That's large. We recognize in the world of, and Stéphanie hopefully will be able to speak to this a little too, in the world of meds and eds, those are maybe smaller dollars, right? But if this pilot works, the hope is this is kind of that jumpstart. And the goal is really, how do we support these small businesses, small contractors and other vendors? And how do we support individuals who have, typically, as we're all, I think, aware of, had pretty significant barriers of entry into either union trades, for example, on the individual level, or this kind of construction work. So we have both the business supports program we've created, and we have a workforce development program we've created in partnership with the union trades here in Philadelphia. And the goal is to really see an uptick in frankly, the participation, the diverse participation on rebuild jobs. So we're kind of here to show, look, it can be done with this kind of emphasis, and very helpful to have a full, mayoral and council support there too, to see the city really kind of shift the way it does business here.
Got it. I think I have a question that I'll try to answer. We're supposed to get on. While it's super important to keep money circulating locally within our communities, it's also critical to connect external markets. How can the city or anchor institutions help with that? So maybe you take the city side of it. I'll think about some anchors in my experience. So I know a program that we worked on and had a lot of fun with in Detroit with some partners of ours was called D2D. And so similar to maybe the PAGE program here in Philadelphia, focusing on trying to get anchors coordinated around the supplier diversity and being able to really utilize their collective strength around purchasing to move the needle, not just on economic development, but really how do you sort of grow the pie in general, while also using that as an opportunity to sort of talk to, how to sell your city to some extent, like through those anchors. And so in Detroit, what they were able to do was really coordinate, corporate anchors, eds and meds, yard utilities, et cetera, to really think strategically about who they're purchasing from and how are they marketing to the region and to, frankly, the world around what kind of city they're trying to build. So it was an interesting sort of inside-outside game. So at the micro level, it's the school district saying, hey, we want local farm product coming from Detroit and localized sort of farming. We know U.S. Foods as a majority sort of supplier is going to need to work with those small micro suppliers to get in my value chain. But I'm going to leverage my multi-million-dollar contract to get U.S. Foods to be a mentor and really help those folks pipeline in. But then also, how do we use U.S. Foods largesse to then speak to the rest of their supply chain around how they can tap into some of that local growing? And so it's interesting sort of layering that was happening there, where the anchor was frankly using their opportunity point to get folks layered in. But then on the outside, it's then how do all these small businesses create part of a tapestry that can tie into a larger sort of infrastructure with bigger businesses, and what's going to be the attraction strategies? Our anchors sort of taking that role on to say, hey, we're trying to bring our breast and bias talent, but we're also making our campuses more attractive for folks to come in and sort of leverage services and goods, et cetera. And so there's been lots of interesting sort of takes on that. I certainly come from the local economy space. So, I want to make sure there's a balance between sort of attracting big businesses and growing your local folks. But I do think there's a really critical way in which between supplier diversity within your master planning for anchor facilities, how are you actually building as you're thinking through attracting talent? And then how do you cultivate that talent so that when a big company does want to come, you have the facility, you have the talent attraction, and you really have the economic development apparatus to really give them the best kind of pitch for your place. Mm-hmm. So I think anchors play a really important role in that respect.
Yeah, and I kind of riff off of that. When I think of rebuild, naturally, I think of how do we, to kind of what you're saying, how do we tee up these businesses to then perhaps be ready to go, for example, to the meds and ends and compete in the way you just described. So kind of, is it a pipeline? And, we're able to tee, especially here where we're focused on diverse businesses and individuals. This is kind of the ground to get them started with the TA and the other supports that launches them into, let's say, an anchor institution supplier pipeline and a partnership. And similarly, we've done partnerships with partnering both newer, let's say, contractors with more veteran, and more so right now where we're at, it's even on the kind of, let's say, the design side, pairing a very young architecture firm with a more veteran architectural firm on projects, so that we're creating that knitted fabric in that pipeline again. So similar to what you're talking about, you've got to have those other connections, and that plays out, I think, to benefit everybody in the long run.
So Kara, do you think, something like Rebuild's a moonshot? Because I've been thinking a lot about that around like civic. If we're talking about innovation and civic engagement, we're at this point, like to Youngmoo's earlier point around where we are in our society, where we're at this inflection point where we have to start doing things fundamentally differently and getting okay with what it means to be revolutionary. And I think the private markets are trying to figure that out because they always sort of are in their own way. But in the public sector, certainly, like, what does it mean to have a public sector innovation strategy? What does it mean to have a moonshot, particularly when you're thinking about the pandemic? How do you move that kind of impact forward when you're trying to think about this? I'd be curious about your take on it from the public side. I have some thoughts on my end of it as well, but yeah, like, what are the moonshots that we need to start taking around civic engagement?
Yeah, good question. I want to hear your thoughts on this too. Absolutely. I think we're at a point in time where we can, especially for the work we're doing around equity, that we can leverage our current environment, to your point. And we should be doing that to kind of say it's exactly what you're saying. How do we kind of maximize this moment? I think for us, we are kind of there. That was kind of the goal, right? And if anything, it gives a little bit more air underneath us to keep pushing that. For us, our program, just one little contextual bit, is our program was delayed for a short period of time because the beverage tax, which is pretty new across this country nationally. I think we might be the only city left with one. I think we have. I'm not sure if it's still in Chicago or not.
Is it not in Oakland anymore?
I'm not sure. I know one was repealed. So off the top of my head, I can't remember. But ours was litigated by the state, at the state Supreme Court level, and it was upheld. But that did delay the launch of our program. So I think for us, we're trying to really rapidly move change, even more rapidly than was anticipated in the way the city does this kind of work. But I think just in the current environment and the pandemic and the unrest this summer, I think we have an opportunity just as more fuel to this kind of thinking around how you include more folks at the table and with a voice, not only into the design of how something is done that's meant to be a public asset, but also in the workforce that builds that public asset, just to break it down on a very basic level. But James, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this and what projects you're working on that you think are this, are a moonshot.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm interested in, I think there's sort of two sides to this, right? So one is from a civic engagement perspective, exactly right. How are we tapping into that? I'll use some of these different terms. What's the silent majority that's not out there? I think there's a silent majority, particularly in low moderate income communities of color, where it's completely not tapped into what's going on at the bigger scale. And how do we sort of connect the dots and really get that engagement in place? So even beyond sort of more traditional CDC framework, where we're hitting the porches and in the corners and the places where people are, maybe pre-COVID at least, or how are we getting the people who just are not engaged at all? And what are going to be the drivers to get them out and actually get active? And so I've always felt like, what's the value proposition you're offering to them, number one, and then are you changing the communication patterns around how people kind of interact, right? So we were having a really great conversation. So we're one of the sort of leads on this citywide equitable economic development and equitable entrepreneurship study that the city's doing currently, looking at the entire business ecosystem here in the city for small business. And one thing that just kept coming up was, how do you bake in intentionality to get the people who are not part of this involved? Can you do it from a top-down perspective? It may be difficult because you have to coordinate a lot of different players. What's a grassroots strategy coming from the bottom? But putting the money where your mouth is and saying, are we going to change our city infrastructure, meaning the way our departments work? Are we asking foundations to change the way they assess and understand their own risk beyond what they're doing with their money, whether it's the grant dollars and how they program and how restrictive it is, or even their corpus around like what are they investing in their corpus and then bringing that money back down here? What are we asking of our small businesses in terms of being able to invest in themselves to be able to sort of connect the dots with their customers. And I think finally for everyday residents, what is that sort of task we're asking them to sort of get involved in around being more civically engaged? And at least from a small business perspective, we felt like each one of those actors has a role and a thing they have to do to make the fundamental change that needs to exist. And so obviously we're about 2/3 through the process. So, I can't give all the goodies out, but I do think, my dream outcome would be, if we really say we care about Black and brown business, we really care about Black and brown people in a city that's majority Black and brown, what are the institutional things that need to fundamentally change around how we operate, how we think about investment, how we think about, budgeting, for instance. Like you often hear times here, you can tell what's important with someone based on their budget, right? And so if we're not budgeting for the things we say are important, we're speaking to what we really value. And so, participatory budgeting is one of those things where I'm like, I've been waiting for Philadelphia to have that moment where it says, we're going to have a very active infrastructure to be able to have community members saying very clearly, this is where I want my tax money spent, right? Mm-hmm. And this is what I want to invest in. Economic development strategy is the other big one. And that's the one I wasn't planning on talking about here, but I certainly think the moonshot I'd love to see would be Philadelphia saying explicitly, we're going to be the city that will invest globally in attracting Black talent, like full stop. And so what that means is we're going to build in the university infrastructure. We're going to build in the primary and secondary education infrastructure. We're going to create safe spaces and safe harbors for places for people who, maybe in other marketplaces that are a little bit, less conducive to their journey being invested in. We're going to attract, private market infrastructure to sort of support that work. And we're going to go out and do the same thing you would do in Latin America or Europe or Asia when it comes to trade. We're going to have a global conversation around what Philadelphia is as a place that wants to attract Black talent and wealth, and being very clear about this is a priority goal for us. We want to be, first and best here and best in class, and we're going to do whatever we need to do to sort of invest in that. So I feel like you need proof points for that kind of stuff. And I think part of these things that we're all working on, whether it's the sort of equitable economic development strategy for the city, whether it's sort of pilots around, how to actually optimize opportunity zones, frankly, the work that you're doing with growing up that first class of contractor, all those things are part and parcel of what needs to happen for the moonshot. I think the key is going to be stating the goal and then figuring out how all the dots connect between public, private, and institutional. So I'm just really excited about that.
Yeah, I could not have said that better. That covered a lot of ground, and so it spot on. And it's who's the connector. I think that's where my head goes to.
Right.
One of which is not intended to, kind of be the downer kind of in the conversation, but I find myself in the work that Rebuild's doing is a small piece of what you just described. Where are we with our education system, and so how are we best positioning people to leave secondary education to do whatever comes next? And I'm not quite sure, though we've made great strides. I don't think, and I think it's pretty generally accepted, we're not there yet. So, but sometimes it has to go back that far, and that's where I say, we all know that is a tough nut to crack. So my head goes there, and it also goes to when you describe what you just talked about, I was thinking of the various pieces, back to your comment around the supplier diversity pipelines for, I know when I was in West Philly, Drexel was really focused on that, and others have been, for sure. How do all these components, I think marketing Philly as that city to both retain your graduates and attract world-class businesses. There's been initiatives over the years to do that. There's many of the things you mentioned, I think have had stop starts or are flowing. Right. And it's like, who's the knitter, who's connecting the dots, right? And and I think, I think our current Mayor Kenny has done a good job with a lot of these pieces. And I think it's thinking about how do those all continue to be glued more tightly together to really push that forward.
Yeah, I think as I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about the other cities that we've certainly worked in, and where you're starting to see that innovation bubble up and what we can frankly steal in Philly.
Totally.
I really wish Stéphanie was here, because I think some of her work that she's doing with UNESCO, so I know Philly's a heritage city, in terms of that designation, but UNESCO also has these other designations: city of gastronomy, city of film. And so, our friends in Detroit are the city of design. And so, we did a study about 2 years ago that looked at the design economy in Detroit. And one thing that we really found was there was a ton of this talent floating around Detroit. And the problem was there were no firms for those folks to work at in Detroit. So they were doing work in Chicago and LA, in Shanghai and Mumbai. Like they were being farmed out as hired guns. And what was interesting about it was you had all these sort of LLCs, freelancers kind of running around, and there was no, to your point, connective tissue to pull them together for the purpose of how they can be, stronger and better in place. And that's just from an entrepreneurship perspective. Then there was a bigger question around design in and of itself. Who gets to define the terms? And so for me, civic engagement is really fascinating because it's an opportunity to set definitions, to really be able to say, hey, the current context of this topic, what is beautiful, what is appropriate, what's canonical, right? Like we've always looked to these traditional institutions to set the tone here. And frankly, those definitions are the problems that we're having. So what we did in Detroit, we said, okay, we're going to look at design as an opportunity point to say, there's a canon that speaks to what is beautiful, what is functional, what forms make sense. And we're going to say, is that really contextual? Is that really culturally appropriate? Is that Detroit, right? And so it's this sort of intermix between how a place identifies itself, right? And is there a new canon that can get built from that? And how does it get built? It gets built through that civic engagement. It gets built by talking to people and recognizing that people's experiences and mindsets evolve over time, and that there hasn't been enough of a reset around where we are as a commons, and how do you then define the terms that define the commons, because that has implications around policy, around infrastructure, around investment, et cetera. And so what was interesting about it was we started out thinking about, well, how do we measure the economic value of design? And where we landed was we have a city of designers, all of whom need to have a voice around how you define their place, what's important and what's valuable. And what outshot from it was this really neat inclusive design framework that Detroit's now using to really do that bubbling up first actor proof of concept around thinking about a whole set of infrastructure. And I mean, like one of my favorite groups out there, the Detroit Justice Center, is rethinking prisons, like physically, what does a prison need to look like, and moving beyond the idea of prisons into restorative justice, and what does restorative justice facilities look like, right? So if there's a perpetrator and a victim, and they're going to a space that's going to be restorative, how does the community engage that transaction, so to speak, in a way that's completely different than what you would imagine in a typical construct? And then how do you get, obviously, like our public safety system to tie into that, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, there's some exciting things certainly happening in other marketplaces for sure.
That's really exciting, though, because that's a different set of actors. I mean, that are coming together in that conversation that are traditionally tapped into. And yeah, that's, and I think it also goes back. I mean, we struggle, how do you change what the design kind of canon is, or what the commons are, if all the voices at the table are who they've always been, and their majority for the past hundreds of years. And we struggle with that in Rebuild in terms of how many firms we have in the architectural and design world that are diverse. They're not many, even nationally, comparatively. So how do you begin to shift that as well, so that that conversation really changes and is reflective? And you can't do that if all the people at the table are the same. So to your point with the prison and including, making that table have a different place setting, so to speak, makes a lot of sense.
So Kara, I'm curious from your end of it. I mean, how's COVID impacted your work? Like, how are you doing? I mean, so much of what Rebuild's supposed to be is engaging community, getting their feedback, having them be part of the loop around what's going to happen. Sort of what's been the impact there? And then how do you see it, hopefully, what's the sort of reverb around innovation post-COVID?
Yeah, great question. And one, frankly, we're still figuring out. I think, we've tried to pivot pretty quickly to what do we do? We're all on this virtual platform, but not, as we all know, not everybody's on a virtual platform, and not everyone has access to Wi-Fi and to the equipment to be connected. And in a lot of the communities we work in, that's very much the case. So I think thinking about, frankly, what we've done is a little bit of a mashup of kind of old school analog still in a socially kind of distant way. So whether that's, we have one partner who's conceptualizing a mobile like outreach truck. So, stop on a corner and kind of throw up some design and some thinking and some questions and say, hey, this is what's going on now. We want to keep you in the loop. We want your input. This is, we're here. This is still all happening. Obviously, we're using virtual platforms. We have a group that we pasted, questions and designs on the side of a rec center to say, okay, like we got you to here before the pandemic, but you never got to see kind of what the next step is. Here it is, and we're not moving on without you. So here's the way to give input. Either do it here or do it on a virtual platform, whatever you have access to. So I think we're still figuring that out. And just really looking at what are interesting ways that we still, again, we are looking to maximize participation. And a lot of times to groups like you already articulated that may not always, participate in that way. And I'm curious for you too, James, if you've seen difference in anything of the projects you're talking about, if you've been forced to to keep things moving these past months and what that's looked like.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think I've been having Zoom, Teams, fill in the blank fatigue for sure with all these things. But what's been interesting though is I will say for some folks who are super busy during the day, like we work a lot with businesses, obviously. If you're forced to be home, I can probably find a way to connect with you in a way that's a little bit different than if it would be if I'm trying to chase you down to your storefront or as you're making a supply run. So there's been some unintended benefits from that perspective to sort of do coalescing work where we get people who wouldn't necessarily be able to talk to each other in the same room, in the same space at the same time. That's a fairly unique sort of piece to this. But even with that said, I mean, we've really missed out, I think, on the human connection. And I think what's going to be interesting for us to figure out is a lot of business modalities that sort of live in this idea of customer service and sort of human connection. How do you do that virtually and digitally? How do you communicate in a new way? And then obviously a lot of our low moderate income businesses don't have even the beginnings of the digital infrastructure they need to do their work. And so I feel like for us, like I mentioned earlier, we turned on our e-commerce site for our market a year early. We wanted to do a whole track around digital marketing, using the internet, et cetera. I should have mentioned this earlier. Our 30 plus vendors, remember, they were elders 20 plus years ago in the informal marketplace. Wow. They're now 70 plus. So my median age is 62. So we were spending a lot of time doing old dog, new trick training, trying to figure out like, okay, we got to skip some steps here because we're going to need to get you ready to go. But we had 2 years to do it. So we had hoped that we could have landed in a place where we had the site up and they were ready to sort of take on that work. But we're realizing we're going to have to be even more involved, frankly, because the moment's now. And so we don't have time to kind of wait. And so we'll stumble our way through it and we'll figure it out. But, we've had to make COVID work for us. And I think there are some entrepreneurs where this is a good moment. If you own a cleaning company, if you work with eds and meds right now, I mean, like this is an opportunity for you to really be able to accelerate your business. I think on the civic engagement side of it, people are still eager to connect. I think it's an opportunity to really coalesce thinking around innovation to help people connect in a different way. That can be not just in the time of emergency, in this time of pandemic, but really in the fair weather moment we hopefully get to post-pandemic. Those new technologies, systems, infrastructures, engagement points, all that stuff becomes more commonplace for everybody. And hopefully, like in crisis, you create the reset button, right? But maybe the reset button, will be for everyone this time and not just for some.
Yeah, really well put. Exactly. Because there hasn't been a choice, right? So I think, and look, we all experienced today in this, that even those of us who have access and training, et cetera, it doesn't always, with technology, it doesn't always work the way we want. So getting into this world is a hurdle for sure. But maybe, like you said, this is the time and the impetus and the resources then are out there to ensure that. in a way we've never seen. So.
Well, I think our time's up. So obviously, like Kira nor I were the moderator for this, so we very much apologize for all technical ditches. Youngmoo and Stéphanie send their regrets. I really, hopefully, we still got 5 minutes left. No, 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes, but nonetheless, appreciate all their time and effort. The team at Witty Gritty as well. But I'll kind of leave a preamble, and then Kira, you can kind of wrap it up.
Sure.
I just think innovation in the civic space is something that it's reimagining how people can engage in the vital systems of a place, right? So it's the opportunity to say, how can the everyday resident have a conversation with the unions? How can we have a conversation with folks like Kira who operate big systems that are going to change your everyday place, and making sure that there's that kind of long lead opportunity for folks to get in front of the concept from the beginning. Because I think oftentimes communities are getting people's ideas and that are in power is already baked. And so I think if one thing that we can do in thinking about innovation, is a pretty simple thing, is get people involved at the ideation stage and make sure that they're resourced to be able to see that project through from front to back, so that when it's being designed with them in mind. And so I think it's incumbent upon all of us, from the Youngmoos of the world and the Kiras and James and Stephanies, to be those advocates for that kind of really longitudinal relationship that happens between people and institutions. So, I'm super excited to see where that goes.
Yeah, me too. And again, sorry we didn't have Youngmoo and Stéphanie here, because I was also curious, even though we've had a little conversation before this, really to hear their work and thoughts on this, because it really, I don't know how you all are feeling, but with the pandemic, conversations like this, A, feel more important than ever, and B, they don't necessarily happen in quite the same way always on Zoom, or they don't happen just because you ran into somebody and you got into a really interesting sidebar. So I really appreciate, Witty Gritty and everyone for enabling this conversation to happen, frankly. And it's really important, because I think without kind of continuing to chip away at this and make the points that you've made, James, it doesn't shift, right? So how do we continue to push at that and use our current environment as even more kind of leverage and a reason to do so? So I think this gives me some good energy and hope, and hopefully it's a conversation that can continue for sure. So
awesome. So thank you guys so much. I don't know what happens next here, but I think hopefully there's an opportunity for folks to be able to tap in. I don't know what Witty Gritty is doing around collecting feedback or creating a sort of virtual conversation at home for sort of future casting around what we're talking about. But certainly, I guess we should probably say where you can find us, maybe. So if you're looking to talk to Urbane or connect with us, our site is, we're working on our new website. Our website broke last year, so we're rapidly working with actually Punk Ave out of Philly to do a refresh of the site. But if you go to Urbane, that's URBANE-DEV.com. That's our website. We're on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, and then our marketplace in Brooklyn. If you ever want the best of Caribbean sort of goods and services and wares, go to flatbushkmarket.com or shop.flatbushkmarket.com.
Nice. And if you're interested in Rebuild and learning more about it, we're at rebuild.phila.gov, and our Instagram is through Philly Mayor. So you can look for updates there. Always happy to chat with others in this world, and to follow and track the work we're doing. So appreciate the interest in all of this, and thanks again, Witty Gritty.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James and Kira. And we think you're great for rolling with the punches there. So we know that technology sometimes gets funky, and hopefully we can get Youngmoo and Stéphanie back maybe even next month to get their perspective. But thanks again for that really great conversation. I was super curious about how you all were adapting around community engagement given everything that's happened this year, and I loved a lot of what you said. It was really helpful to hear it and see that you're able to make it work with such big projects and initiatives. So thanks again
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of rolling with the punches as most of these virtual events go. We have a couple cool things coming up. One, we're going to have our first music performance with Aijee on the cello. We're really excited for that.
Me
It's going to be our
too.
first music performance sponsored by WXPN. And before that, we're actually going to send it and grab one of our partners from Chariot Solutions.
That's right. One of our buds, Tracey, who, I feel like
Mask
she's
on.
a concert-going buddy, a sponsor, supporter,
Yeah.
program curator.
Tracy's the full hat trick.
Yeah, she is.
360, always there to support, always down the ride, always got the mask on, safety first, and now
And
mask off.
she moderated our panel this morning, which
Right.
is awesome.
What's up, Tracy?
Hey, I can't hear you too well, but we'll make this do.
All right, you let us know if you can't hear us. I'll speak up real loud.
Okay, can you hear me?
Works.
Hey, Tracey, I'm going to let Dave take it away. He's got some questions for you.
Well, Tracy, I wanted to, one, say hello. It's great to see you. I haven't seen you in person since probably January.
Yeah.
So thanks for being here and being involved with this. I wanted, just for the folks who weren't at the morning session, I was wondering if you can give us a quick recap. Just how did it go? Anything on the top of your head in terms of learnings, takeaways? How did this morning go?
Well, you can see the replay on the YouTube
Absolutely.
channel. So I think it went really well. It was bringing in an international community to discuss how connected our women's community is here in the tech startup and life sciences space. So we were talking about that. Of course, talking about why we love Philadelphia. But, also you'll see we start not only discussing the good, but we also talked about some of the gaps that need to be filled to help more women and more inclusion into our community.
Absolutely. So for the folks that have not saw or viewed the morning session, that is now available on YouTube, as Tracey mentioned. I believe Amplify on Twitter has already tweeted out the YouTube link to rewatch that morning session. So make sure you check that out. Some great information there. And really quick, we wanted to just do a quick catch up just with one of our committed sponsors and partners of Amplify. Do you want to give us a quick update on how things are going at Chariot Solutions, how your team has been adapting? Give us a little insight of what's going on in the world of Chariot.
Sure. I mean, if anything, things have really become, we're just more of a team. And it's been really great to see how we've come together to come up with solutions. We've been through downturns. We've been in business since 2002. We started in what was then the worst economic depression since the Great Depression. So this will be our third downturn that we're working through. And this one is like none other. So, we've been doing some interesting things with some of our clients, taking on some smaller projects, some startup projects. But we're beginning to see things turn a little bit. And again, what we've really discovered is our team is amazing, that we've been able to work together.
Absolutely. Well, we're glad to hear, you got your teams getting through what is surely a difficult time, but we appreciate that as always. Just to add a little fun to this. Obviously, we're not at South by Southwest. We're doing our best to keep the Amplify brand and the mission and community alive. You're one of our partners that when we're throwing the concerts are most excited, when we're having the parties, always there, and we always appreciate that. We wanted to see if we can kind of trickle down memory lane a bit, and you give us just the first thing that comes to your head when we think about our past South by Southwest moments from Amplify in the past 4 or 5 years. What is maybe your favorite moment that comes to mind when we think about Amplify and South by since 2015?
Oh, well, there's so many, but that's special. I think it was 2 years ago with Hard Work Movement, and the crowd was just crazy. I mean, it was just, actually it's 3 years ago. Just absolutely, it was like everything that says to me about the Philly music scene, about the audience and the type of energy that's on stage. And then I also just have to put a little shout out. As much as I love Last year I got to see Lizzo before she really like hit big. So that was amazing. And I've been really fortunate on a personal level. My son is in the music industry and we've been able to share the last 2 years together. He comes down and it's just been, besides seeing all the Philly people. So there's a lot going on for me in terms of learning and connecting with Philadelphia tech scene, which seems strange that we have to go to Austin for me to meet like 400 Philadelphians, but then also just the energy of the music scene.
Absolutely. I always enjoy rocking out with you and Ben down in South by. Well, we appreciate you sharing those moments. Tracey, we appreciate you being here. Thanks for moderating the session earlier this morning. Again, folks can head over to Twitter and check that out on YouTube and catch all of Amplify sessions again on YouTube throughout. Tracey, thank you for being with us.
Thanks.
We are now going to
your day. Bye.
Awesome. See you soon, Trace. All right. We are super pumped to keep things moving forward. Let me just get a quick thumbs up from my team that we are moving things forward. Absolutely, that's what I like to see. We're broadcasting here live from Rec Philly. This is live, not pre-recorded. Nothing of this is pre-recorded, which is always a fun journey to be on as we go in and out of sessions, panels, live from Rec, and we appreciate our viewers for tuning in. But we are going to move to our first live performance of the night. We want to thank our partners at WXPN who have been with us for the last few years, who really are always supporting not only Amplify Philly, but specifically the local music community. And with that, we are going to send it to the Rec Philly stage for our first performance of the day. We have a few performances, so stay tuned. First performance of the day, Aijee. Let's hit it.
Thank you so much, Aijee. That was amazing, so beautiful, and I've missed seeing you around town, so it's so good to hear you live. To stay connected to Aijee, you can follow her on Instagram at Aijee Cello, Aijee, and we'll drop that in the chat. Also, if you stick around for our next performance, that will be featuring L&M around 2:45. Again, thank you to XPN for helping us sponsor and present these music spotlights. It's a much needed little burst of inspiration and energy, and again, great to hear live music. So next up, we have a startup pitch spotlight presented by Comcast NBCUniversal Lift Labs. Throughout the At Home series, we've been featuring companies throughout the series in partnership with Lift Labs. Founders have been giving 5-minute pitches followed by a brief session with an expert lineup of guests providing feedback in real time. We want to give a big thanks to Comcast NBCUniversal Lift Labs. They've been supporters and sponsors with us from the beginning, and we love working with them. Before we hear from Jordan Johnson of Thinker Tinker, we're going to check out a quick video about Lift Labs and invite Keenan Corrigan, the Senior Program Manager at Startup Engagement at Lift Labs, to help kick off this session. Thanks so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Keenan Corrigan from Comcast NBCUniversal's Lift Labs. If you've been to one of these sessions before, you know what we do. If you haven't, our job is to give talented entrepreneurs access to Comcast's network of partners, brands, and mentors to foster rapid breakthroughs in media, entertainment, and connectivity. So we're thrilled to be partnering with Amplify Philly at Home for this pitch spotlight session. So like Michelle mentioned, you'll get to see a 5-minute video from Thinker Tinker, and then that will be followed by some questions and feedback from our experts. Today, joining us, we have Laura Plunkett from the Lift Labs team. She's Senior Director of Startup Partnerships, and Barry Conrad from Venture for America, their Vice President of Programs. So enjoy the video. Thanks for joining us.
Hi everyone, my name is Jordan Johnson, and I'm the Product Specialist at Thinker Tinker, where we are changing sedentary screen time into meaningful active playtime. We are doing that by merging new technologies with the tactile benefits of physical products to create a new pattern of play for young creative minds. Here's our founder and CEO, Yu-Ting Su, to tell you a little bit more about Thinker Tinker.
My name is Yu-Ting Su. I am the founder and CEO of Thinker Tinker. We make smart toys and entertainments to life. We've been working on the core tech for more than 3 years now. It started with love for my own child, with a bigger vision to create a new type of interface that can redefine how we produce products for kids in this digital age. I want to make something really different, very innovative and creative that no other toys out there have achieved before. All of the technology has advanced so far, but what is the best interface for kids and family? I think that is a field that people just started to think of. According to recent research, daily mobile media usage among kids under 8 is nearly 10 times higher than it was in 2011 to more than 150 minutes now. Our patent-pending system allows products to provide a more active physical play experience whilst preserving the interactions and rich contents digital media can provide. Octable is our first product, which we combines the powers of like mobile apps and our sensors that stuff inside Octable to make it able to sense all of the different kind of interactions that kids give him. It's not just like the Octable character, but how do we bring these kind of like interactions and technologies to even more product? We are now developing a new interactive product line featuring NBCUniversal DreamWorks characters. It's a very unique and exciting opportunity, since normally it's not even possible for a startup to have this type of conversation with it. There's just like a lot of things like out there that I can't expand my product into. I really want to build this brand of like good content and like a new way of like doing entertainment, like toys and games. And when I show it to public and so many people love Octable, like that just gave me this like motivation of like, how can this become like something big and provide even more value to our customers and like even the world.
We are bringing a new multi-platform interface to educational and entertainment experiences for kids and families, and can't wait to share it with you all. To learn more about Octable, our Trolls Music Stars product, or future releases, make sure to visit our website, thinkertinker.com, or follow us at ThinkerTinker Inc. or at Play Octable. Hi.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Jordan, first off, really great to meet you and opportunity to chat with you today. First, just like congrats on all the progress you and your team have made. It's an extremely cute product, and I don't know, it seems like you and your team have just created it with so much joy and happiness. So it's been very fun to watch the video as well as check out the product. I think my first question for you is, it seems like such a tactile product, both from a sales perspective and a supply chain perspective. Have you all overcome the challenges that the COVID and virtual environments have kind of presented over the last 6 to 7 months? Makes sense, thank you.
You know, before we get into that, you mentioned the content side being a priority for you. But what I wanted to know is, I mean, like we've been saying, this is a different sort of way of interacting, a way of children to be engaged. When you think about sort of the market size or the addressable market for this kind of product, how are you thinking about the types of children that you're addressing or the types of market that you're addressing?
Sure, yeah. So what's great about Octable and kind of just our idea of bringing physical and digital together is that there is a bunch of markets that we can penetrate. So there's, the mobile game side of it, as well as the toy side. And because of our software component being expandable, we can target a bunch of different age groups and families. So in terms of markets, we're lucky enough to be a part of multiple. So it's not super concerning, especially during COVID, a lot of, especially young kids are going on their devices more, remote learning. So kind of the educational smart toy market has been really advantageous to us.
Yeah.
And Jordan, I want to just kind of piggyback off that a little bit. I think one of the really exciting things that you'll have to look forward to is this partnership side of the business, seeing other industry partners physically have their product interact in such a way that y'all could provide through the technology. What's that landscape look like for all? What are you all hoping to accomplish over the next 6 to 12 months from a partnerships perspective?
Yeah, so like Laura mentioned, we have a great partnership with Universal DreamWorks, and that product will be releasing soon. And with this kind of new Music Stars product, we're hoping to partner with more franchise and more product lines to incorporate their characters into our own technology. So our idea is to, bring the physical and digital elements together. And I think there's a lot of ways we can incorporate existing characters with other companies and partner with them in ways like that.
I'm gonna build on that too, because I feel like it must be tempting to, once you create a partnership like this, to potentially enter into some sort of exclusivity. How have you guys been thinking about being, pretty judicious about who you work with and how?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think there's a lot to consider when we have different partners that we want to work with. I think finding the perfect fit of, we want to change how kids and families are interacting with their devices. So if we find that, a certain company's product line or properties align with that, then we're more than willing to work with them. I think it's just finding, a great partnership that's willing to work with us and incorporate our proprietary tech in their kind of properties.
Switching gears a little bit, when I was noticing on your website, you've already rolled this out to a ton of kids across the world. What have you seen from them using the product? You mentioned in your video, children are spending 115 hours on their phones a day. What has this been like from that experience, the experiential perspective with children?
Yeah, so even before we launched, we had a lot of play testers help us out, and we got some really great feedback from them. But since we've rolled it out globally, it's been really great to see how different people are experiencing it, kids especially, and then also learning from their parents what they like about it. So from the kids' perspective, we've really seen that they're treating Octobo as a character. So our goal of kind of transforming the screen time has been met that we've seen. So rather than them seeing Octobo as just, holding their device, they're really understanding that Octobo is his own character in his own world and is able to teach you new things. So that's amazing. And then from the parents' perspective, we're also just seeing this great love for Octobo because it has changed how their kids are using their own tablets and devices in an educational way as well. So it's great to hear parents, acknowledge that, especially now during COVID, their kids are spending a lot of time, learning on their devices. But with Octobo, they notice that it's a different kind of learning and they're experiencing it in a new and exciting way.
Yeah, I mean, he's really cute, but you mentioned that there is kind of a physical digital split to your offering, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously been thinking about the digital growth side. Is there a physical growth side? Are there, different characters coming through? How are you thinking about that?
Yeah, of course. So though we have prioritized definitely our digital growth, like I mentioned, we are expanding on the physical side as well. With Octobo comes different story kits with the interactive tokens that allow him to really, teach kids the lessons. So we're expanding on that side of things with creating more storybook adventures. We have a new storybook series coming out later this year that will continue on and grow Octobo's world as well as the characters in his world. And what's really exciting about the storybook series is that we're making it accessible to people who have the Octobo plush and those who do not. So it is not required to use the Octobo plush with our upcoming storybook releases. And we're actually going to be releasing an audiobook app to add to the Octobo platform that can be used with or without the plush.
It's really cool. There's so many different angles that y'all are approaching this from. This is a big question, but feel free to just answer it briefly. What are the biggest challenges that y'all see coming up over the next 6 to 12 months, and what are your plans to overcome that?
Sure. Yeah, I think especially though we have focused on the digital side, the physical component is a big thing, like Laura said. So trying to get that production in progress, especially since our products are manufactured in China, there can be some delays due to COVID, especially, and then just shipping worldwide is too. And then some challenges, I think it's just the educational component as well. I think that has been kind of a challenge as we've created new products and expanded because there are many angles with Octobo and a lot of different ways to play, which is both a benefit and kind of a disadvantage for us, just because, in marketing, there's an educational component. We need to educate the users not only how to use Octobo and why they should get Octobo, but also make sure they know the requirements and the system requirements and device compatibility and things like that.
Cool, thank you.
That was fantastic. I know I speak for the team at Lift Labs, and I'm sure Barry as well. We are so excited to keep watching you grow.
Thank you. Yes, we're excited to be releasing some new things and can't wait for you all to see it.
Thank you so much, Jordan.
Thank you, guys.
For all that. Be sure to stick around for our next Lift Labs session. We're changing it up a bit and hosting a Lift Labs 2020 Accelerator Spotlight right around 4 o'clock, featuring 2 companies who are in the current 2020 Accelerator cohort. All right, and thanks Comcast and Lift Labs for all your support ever since day one. We appreciate your whole team. All right, so for all of y'all who are just tuning in to the live stream, over at amplifyphilly.com and on YouTube, don't forget to be leaving just a few comments. Drop a couple flame emojis, thumbs ups, whatever you're feeling, some hearts, just to show some love. We're working hard over here over at Rec Philly, trying to give y'all some great Philadelphia-based programming and doing what we do here at Amplify Philly, which is connecting the awesome artists, the musicians, the tech companies, the startups, the entrepreneurs, and putting them all under one roof to celebrate the great stories of Philadelphia. What we want to do now is we want to give a shout out to one of our partners and supporters, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, otherwise known as CHOP. They run an initiative called Healthier Together to tackle the social determinants of health as a part of improving the health of children. We're going to learn more about this community-focused work right about now.
We are Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and we're proud to call West Philadelphia our home. Today in our neighborhood, almost 40% of families are living in poverty. More than 10,000 children, that's 1 in 4, are living with asthma. And a person's chances of being the victim of crime are almost twice the national average. Did you know that 80% of a child's health is determined by non-medical factors, like housing, hunger, trauma, and poverty? Because we are devoted to children's health, we cannot ignore what's happening in our neighborhood. This is why we created Healthier Together. It is a set of programs outside the walls of our hospital, focused on factors that impact the health of children in West Philadelphia. We used research and conversations with community leaders to identify areas of greatest need. CHOP is committed to addressing those needs, plus emerging issues and those amplified by COVID-19. CHOP is forming public-private partnerships to repair houses where children with asthma live. Renovations remove mold and other asthma triggers, so kids like Shai can get their asthma under control. % of our West Philadelphia patient families don't have enough healthy food to eat. CHOP supports several programs to ensure that children don't go hungry and that families know how to prepare healthy meals. Living in a high-crime area leads to high stress and trauma. CHOP identifies kids who have been exposed to violence and connects them to services that help them build resilience. The goal? Reduce the harm trauma inflicts on kids. To promote the economic health of West Philadelphia families and businesses, CHOP is committed to buying goods and services from local businesses. For individual families, we sponsor free financial counseling and free tax preparation right in the neighborhood. CHOP is in West Philadelphia, working with our government, community, and philanthropic partners, standing alongside families and children, standing up to support our neighbors. We need partners to stand with us. Join us.
Healthier Together. Great video from our partners over at CHOP. Again, thank y'all for your support in Amplify Philly and the work that you're doing in the Philadelphia community. All right, and make sure you actually, CHOP has a session at our next At Home series on October 21st. So you're going to want to set your calendars, throw it on the schedule. October 21st, CHOP is having their next session with Amplify Philly at home. With that said, my favorite part of the evening or the afternoon, wherever time we are right now, we are going to send it back to the Rec Philly stage, which is right here on my left, in partnership with WXPN. This is our second musical performance spotlight of the evening. Enjoy the sweet, sweet, sweet sounds of L and M. Let's get it.
L and M, and we're going to play 2 songs for you today. Thank you so much to Amplify Philly for having us, and Rec Philly and WXPN for hosting. And yeah, we're going to get right into it and play our first song. It's called I Am Not. I am to blame, but I am not sorry, and I am ashamed. I am not sorry, I am afraid. I am not sorry. You are the sun, and I am a daughter, a perfect half, fostered through water. Look through the hollowed crack, unfold the pages, a mirrored half, passed down through ages. Take me with a clear frame, without suffering, without your pain. And leave me behind this time within your mind. I hope you'll find. You are the moon, and I am a child, a quiet flame, a song untitled. through foggy mirror glass. There she is standing, a smile that never lasts. Take me with a clear frame, without suffering, without your pain. And leave me behind this time within your mind. I hope you find. See how the light breathes in. See how the light breathes in. Take me with a clear frame, without suffering, without your pain, without suffering, without your pain, without suffering. And I am to blame, but I am not sorry, and I am ashamed, and I am not sorry, and I am afraid, and I am not. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So we have one more song for you. A close friend of mine passed away this last week, Major Van Winkle. He is a big person in the Philly music community, and we'd like to dedicate this to him. This was one of his favorite songs that we play, and I just want us to take a deep breath, and maybe we can absorb some of that suffering, and as we exhale, to provide some love on his journey into wherever he is going next. Thank you again for having us. This is called Certainly Something. You sit down next to me. I know nothing about you at all. We could be thinking the same thoughts, like how this world makes us both feel so small, so concerned to find what we can't know. When this life ends, what will we have to show? Describe a flower to me. Let's see how our answers contend. They would both be different, yet right in their own ways. See, we're both holding a flower, though we can't seem to see that they're the same. So concerned to
find what we can't know. When this life ends, what will we have to show? All that is comes bear a necessary reference point. When death calls, will I be filled with fear? Never know the lifespan of a single sound. After a body stops, how long will the name stick around? Will the name stick around? We are both insignificant, and so are the thoughts in our heads. The thoughts that we'd never act on. The thoughts that we'd rather be dead. I think I'm a good person, and you say you disagree. Oh, I say I'm holding a flower. You say I'm holding a tree. Oh, the apple doesn't fall far from the flower or the tree. Oh, 'cause we all come from the same seed. All that is comes bear a necessary reference point. When death calls, will I be filled with fear? Never know the lifespan of a single sound. After a body stops, how long will the name stick around? Will the name stick around? Will the name stick around? Will my name stick around? Oh, will my name stick around? I see myself when I look in your eyes. This I know to be true. It's certainly something to see me, and certainly something to see you. It's certainly something to find me, and certainly something to find you. It's certainly something to be me, and certainly something to be you.
Thank you so much again, Rec Philly, WXPN, and Amplify Philly for hosting us. We are L&M. Have a great day.
Thanks, L&M. You can check those guys out on Instagram at Logan and Maria Music, all spelled out, all one word, and we'll drop that in the chat. That was a really beautiful set. So starting and scaling a business is hard. Being a female founder in tech is even harder. It takes an entrepreneurial spirit who is willing to take risks, be vulnerable, and iterate to build a startup. Right now, you'll hear from a lineup of some of the leading women in tech supported by the University of Pennsylvania via the Penn Center for Innovation and the Pennovation Center. They'll share their stories and insights on how they got to where they are and what they envision for the future. Thanks to Lori Ackman and Pennovation for being longtime supporters of Amplify Philly and great partners. I'm going to pass things off to Lori, who will introduce the guests and moderate the session, Insider Insights from Women Founders in Tech, presented by Pennovation. Hey, Lori.
Hey, Michelle, great to see you. Thanks so much for organizing such an incredible afternoon of programming, and we're really proud to be part of it and a continued supporter, hopefully back in Austin at South by Southwest at some point. But it's great to be with everyone virtually now. I've been at Penn for over 6 years, and in my time working at the Penn Center for Innovation and launching the Pennovation Center, one of the most rewarding experiences has been able to support student and faculty entrepreneurship, commercialization, and startups across campus. And one thing that I think is wonderful about Penn is the diversity of the technology that we see coming out of the university, as well as the diversity of people involved. And I think today's group of founders and actually the technologies that they're working with are completely emblematic and examples of Penn and our portfolio. And I'm just really pleased to be here with all of them today. So first we have, sorry, I'm just going to look at my notes for 1 second. Jessica Garcia with Tezuda, who's currently based at the Pennovation Center, and I'm really excited for you all to hear from her, the technology she's working on, her background, and her vision. Next we have Peggy Robinson with Kaza. Kaza is a company that recently basically partnered with Penn to acquire some of our technology created by, I'll just mention a very innovative female doctor and researcher at Penn Medicine. And she's going to talk about her technology as well as her experiences. And then we have Adriana Vasquez, who I've known for a very long time. She went through our iCore Accelerator several years ago and actually came to our first South by Southwest kind of presence with her ideas and company, and it's been amazing to see their growth. So before we dive into kind of our conversation, I wanted to ask each of you to just introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about your background and your company, which are, again, all very interesting. Thank you. Jessica, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Lori. As Lori said, I'm Jessie Garcia. I'm the CEO and founder of Tezuda, or Tosuda, which means hard-headed in Spanish. I like to think I've always been a hard-headed person, maybe being a little stubborn when I grew up, but I had a lot of concussions when I was younger, playing athletics, and my coach didn't recognize the signs or symptoms of my head injury when I was playing rugby, and that's why I decided to found Tezuda. We design and manufacture head impact indicators for concussion awareness. So it's a device that attaches to the back of any helmet and will turn red when the user gets hit at a potentially damaging force level. What's really cool about our patented technology is that it works purely mechanically, making it affordable, easy to use, and accessible to a lot more people who need our help. Proudly based out of the Pennovation Center. Been here for a couple months now. Really excited and happy to be a part of this panel today.
Great, thanks so much. Next, why don't we go to you, Peggy?
Sure, thanks, Lori. So I'm Peggy Robinson, I'm the CEO of Kaza, and Jessie, you said Tezuda came out of hard-headed. Kaza means to hunt, and so we hunt for microbes, and so we work in the microbiome, in the vaginal microbiome, And our first two applications, one is in vaginosis, and the other one, which we're doing with Penn, is in spontaneous preterm birth. And so for us, we use artificial intelligence and fluorescent microscopy to identify women who are at risk for having a spontaneous preterm birth. And I am the grandmother of two twins that were preterm, and would have loved for them to be in utero for a couple more weeks before they made their presence in the world. And so being able to identify women who are at risk and being able to empower them with more information and what they can do for their pregnancy or how they can prepare would be a huge positive. So that's CASA. So thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Adriana.
Yeah, and I'm so impressed and inspired, and it's such an honor to be here with these amazing founders. And but yes, Lori mentioned, I'm Adriana. I'm co-founder and CEO of Lilu. I graduated from Penn from the Masters in Integrated Product Design in 2016, and I founded Lilu right after that. We are building a women's health company that is focused in building smart products to alleviate postpartum pain, and we're really focused right now in breast pumping. So we launched our first product at the end of last year, which is a massaging bra that is a class 1 device that uses our patented technology to automate breast massage that helps moms pump milk a little bit more easily.
Great, thank you so much. So I guess the first question I wanted to ask you all is kind of what surprised you the most about being a female founder? Was there something early in your startup journey that kind of caught you by surprise in terms of, oh, this is going to be slightly different than what I expected, or my experience might be different from a man in this role?
Yeah, I guess I could jump in and start. So our company is obviously in the sports industry. We're also in the construction industry, which happen to be, and we're also manufacturers. So we're in 3 very male-dominant spaces. And I always grew up loving sports, and I never thought people would question why I would go down this path. But yeah, I was faced with a lot of pushback about, like, you know, who are you to be developing this type of product? Why are you developing it in this sort of methodology, which was mechanical versus like IoT based, things like that. But I kind of love the pushback, frankly, because it's ironic. All the women, we have 3 women and female engineers on our team, and we're all the sports heads for our company compared to like the men on our team. And I just love to kill them with confidence that absolutely we know sports, we know this problem in athletics, and here's why. So I like to surprise them with our knowledge, but always get pushback in trade shows and stuff. People always go up to the men on our team thinking they're the founders. That's been surprising, but welcomed at the same time.
Yeah, Jesse, if I can add to that, I would say the men people going up to the men thinking they're the founders, that's a big one. And just the lack of women in startups and in a VC community. So talking about vaginosis, talking about preterm birth, and you're talking to a room full of men, and you're trying to get them to understand that, hey, this is really important, you know? So I think that was a really huge, big surprise for me.
Yeah, and I guess just to complement, I wanted to tell Jesse that I used to play rugby as well. And my background was like also like in tech, computer science. You know, I loved like robotics and all that. So I never kind of really thought that I was, as an engineer or designer, like any different for being a woman. But I did happen to start a women's health-centered company. So I think kind of really learning to embrace the fact that, yeah, like this is a, you know, innovation for women by women, which should be really important. And it's kind of like learning to really embrace that as opposed to shying away from that. Because I really quickly learned about all the stats, right, around how many women get found, like female founders get around like 7% of VC funding, right? There's like less than 2 or 3% VCs, female VCs, right, that are at like decision level making positions. And then for diverse founders, right, I think like the stats are somewhere around like 1% goes to like diverse founders. And like I'm at the intersection of so many of those. So I think kind of like just learning that all of that, and then realizing, okay, that even though the stats are really appalling, you know, but there are, you know, some of those could be a strength, right? And like making sure that we're not internalizing the stats in a negative way, but again, like maybe, you know, it's a force. And for us, like, again, like Lilu, it's innovation for women by women. And I think that's, you know, phenomenal. And that's our edge. So it was kind of both surprising, but then really quickly kind of like learning to, okay, how can we make this work for us?
Okay, that's great. So it sounds like for two of you, there's also this opportunity that you're kind of focused on health issues that directly impact women. So in some ways that could be an advantage. And Jesse, you have to work a little extra hard because you're in more of a male-dominated space with maybe, you know, not as many female founders. So you have to kind of translate across. I'm curious to hear what strategies you've adapted to kind of either help you help support yourself when you're in these environments where you know you're going to be one of the only women. What's been helpful? How do you like recharge and get yourself charged up? Because I think it does take extra emotional work to be doing that. Just any strategies that you've developed that could be helpful for other female founders.
So maybe I'll take the lead on this for one of the comments and say that one of the things that for funding and everything was I needed my own personal network and staying connected to my colleagues that I had developed before, who are my kind of cheerleaders to say, hey, don't give up the fight. And being able to go to them maybe after, you know, a couple of presentations and kind of let the guard down and say, that was really tough, you know, or that was a little bit more difficult. So having that support network was one of the things that I really needed to kind of go back and establish, especially being in a startup. It's not like when you work for a larger company where you walk down the hall and see someone and can chat with them. Sometimes when it's a small group of people, you have to make the time to connect and stay connected and find those opportunities.
Yeah, a little bit along the same lines, but I think for us, or for me, what's been really helpful is to connect with other founders that are either at the same stage or like a little bit ahead of me. I learned a lot by example. So like hearing from like other founders that just, you know, if it's, you know, when we were about to do our first production run and like, you know, to hear about their experience and like how it went and like all the things that like they didn't anticipate to go wrong, like that gives me, you know, courage to know that it's possible, right? Like they've done it, like I'll be able to do it as well, but also to commiserate. And especially for instance, like with fundraising, right, which is so difficult, and having a broad network of other founders that, you know, some of them are female founders, but not all of them. Like the reality is that it's hard for everyone, right? It's hard, like if you're, you know, like a white cis male as well, right? So I think just like kind of hearing from them as well, you know, how they struggled and like having this vulnerability and like knowing that we're sharing that, I think that kind of is really helpful. And it's not only because you're commiserating, but you're also kind of exchanging tips about, you know, what worked, what didn't work. And yeah, just having those people to share that with is really helpful. So surrounding kind of like you said, your network, but in case for me, those peers that are going through similar things.
Yeah. I feel like I'm going to echo both of you with this statement, but going into these spaces, I try to be my authentic self. And I know sometimes that's going to match up great with some people, sometimes it's not. And I've been really working on separating my personal identity from the company, because I feel like as founders, you know, this is your baby, like you've been working on it for years at a time. And like, sometimes you look at your company's success as your personal success, and it's hard to separate it when there's failures or bumps in the road. So I've been working really hard on that and trying to be nicer to myself in general, because like you said, fundraising is really tough. Hardware is hard. Building a physical product is, you know, I think there's another layer of complexity than other types of products. So working on that, and I'm really grateful for support systems like being part of the Pennovation community. I'm part of an Accelerator program through Launch Lane and the University Science Center that just has connected me to other founders, because I used to work in a silo, head down with my team, product focus. And once I kind of lifted my head up and asked for help, asked for some support, it's been really rewarding, because like Adriana said, just seeing someone who's been there before, and then in return helping someone out who's earlier stage than you, I think has been what's keeps me going and helps in those situations.
Okay, great. I wonder now if each of you could share a story of someone or some situation that surprised you, where someone helped you and you weren't aware where really that would happen as part of your startup journey. I mean, was there someone who reached out and kind of helped propel you in some way? And if it relates to you being, a female or not, I don't think that matters, but is there someone who really inspired you to keep going when you face some adversity in your startup journey?
So I'll say having a mentor from long ago, from one of the first companies I worked for in industry, pop up into my life and be an advisor. So he had done the startup route, had been very successful in growing businesses and selling them, and was retired, and found out that I was a new CEO, and all of a sudden kind of stepped back in and started reviewing decks for me, just did it out of the goodness of his heart. And so the person that I could go to every once in a while go, that was really tough, And all of a sudden there would be an email saying, have you checked out with these guys? Have you talked to these people? I think these guys might be good for you to talk to. So I think that was a really nice surprise.
That's great. Anyone else?
For us, I would say, it's so many people, it's so hard to choose, and at different times of the company. But I would say, I'm also just, so grateful, for instance, for PCI, right? Lori shared that I went through the ICORP program, but then we also went through the national ICORP program. But it was kind of an exceptional case, right? I had done NSF ICORP while at Penn for a different idea I had with a different team, and then I know that the team at PCI really went out of their way, Tomas and you, Lori, to help us to get into the national program, being with a completely different project and a whole new team. And I know that was a lot of work, right? So I think just knowing that, again, all these, and having done that NSF program, now we're actually applying for an NSF grant, a bigger one, right? But people open doors for you in a way that I just would never imagine. And people, I think learning how to ask for help and taking that help has been one of the biggest lessons with the company, because we're such a small team, and there's no way we could have done what we've done without, again, all the hundreds of people that have stepped up to help. So I just, it's hard to pick, but definitely, to get us started, the help from PCI was amazing.
Oh, that's very nice to hear. Jessie, do you want to add?
Yeah, for sure. I very similar to Adriana, there's been a lot of mentorship and advisorship along the way for Tezuda, and but my unrelenting support has really come from my family. They're my biggest cheerleaders, they're entrepreneurs themselves. They're do food demos and merchandising, so something completely different. But they've always told me to believe and succeed, and in the Philadelphia ecosystem, we're making a product, which is something my family has never done, and very proud to be doing for the first time. Gotten so much support from the University Science Center, Aaron Starasta and Eamon Gallagher. They're just helping us commercialize our technology I never thought was possible. The Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in Philadelphia has been really supportive of us. Just like how, these ecosystems exist, and if you tap into them, they're really strong and they'll help open the door. And I just hope that one day when we get to a certain place, we could help out the same way too.
That's great to hear. So you all talk about either a person or the fact that the Philadelphia ecosystem is really there and supporting you from the beginning, because that's what we're all trying to do. So I want to bring up a topic that I think it has been challenging for me, and is definitely something that any female founder or anyone in the startup space deal with, which is working with venture capitalists. And we've all been to the conferences, and I know there's a huge effort to diversify both the tech industry, the pharma industry, and also the venture capital industry. And there's a lot of good partners there. But inevitably, if you walk into any group of venture capitalists, there's generally very few women there. And so that can be quite intimidating, I think, when you first start doing it. So I just wanted to hear kind of how you have dealt with that and how you deal with that, if there's like even a certain outfit you wear that gives you the most confidence, or how do you get yourself prepared for those situations, and if there's any tips or tricks you can share, because I think that can be intimidating, and even if you've done it a lot, it still requires, again, some extra emotional work to get yourself there. So we'd love to hear your thoughts about that.
I could probably jump in. I'm in the thick of fundraising right now, so just started it a little while ago, still getting my feet wet. But I definitely think it's so much preparation that goes into it. It's like we've been running our businesses for myself for like years now. It's like no one knows this better than I do, or our team does. So it's like if I study and prepare, know my numbers, know the things, like that's all you can do before a pitch. And I get hyped up personally. Like I love a good playlist that gives me like good energy beforehand. I try to do a little meditation to like feel calm that morning. But it's like we've already done all the hard work. We know what our vision is. We just need someone to believe in us. And, actually a lot of what I've been getting lately is, and I'm not sure if Adriana or Peggy have felt the same way too. It's like I get a lot of pushback on like risk mitigation. Well, what if you fail? What if like this goes wrong? Like what if that goes wrong? And I've just been trying to push back more lately to be like, well, what if it all goes right? And like, what if, you actually give us the funding and, maybe even more funding than what we need? Like what could happen then? So I'm going in as confident as possible because we know our business and we know what we're capable of. And it's like, do you want to join on the journey or not? And if you don't, that's okay. But we're going to find someone who does believe in us and sees the same vision that we do. So that's kind of my attitude right now.
I love that. I think I don't know, Jesse, and for some people in the audience, they might be familiar with this research of this professor at I think from Columbia, right? That talks about the questions that female founders get, like risk mitigation versus promotion questions. So I think like educating ourselves about those kind of things, right? So the whole premise there is that we as women, we get asked more like risk mitigation questions versus the idea of like what would happen if everything goes great.
Yeah.
So learning how to flip that question to like a positive, and I think like those are the things that kind of like help. But I think in general, like other than knowing your numbers and like so like you're the expert in your company but I think now also what I've learned is also to do like a lot of due diligence on the investor or the person I'm talking up to. It's a lot of work for sure. And I mean, especially, like some of these meetings are like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and now, and you're putting in like so much work ahead of time to, for a conversation that might go well, might not end up go well. So I think like I've just learned like, okay, it's part of the work. It feels like sometimes, frustrated if like maybe that meeting didn't go the way I wanted to. But regardless, I need to put in the work if I'm going to put the best foot forward, and just understanding that, again, that's part of the process. And the second, and then the context of like this, female VCs versus male VCs, I've actually found it really interesting. Like most of our investors up until recently were men. And I think that just kind of, I think that VCs, right? As somebody that believes in you and is aligned with you, it's gonna be kind of regardless of gender. And for us, like, I'm not a mom, right? And I'm building products for a mom. So I'm saying you don't have to be the customer to be building that product. And the same with the investor, right? They don't have to be the customer to be investing or believing in the market. So just kind of trying to kind of, for me, I get excited when I get to talk to a female investor, but I don't get like discouraged if I know it's going to be a man, right? If anything, it gives me an opportunity to be very objective. And the last piece I would say, kind of like the mentality of Jesse, like saying of like, you can join me in this journey. Like before it felt like I was asking for a favor to invest in video, versus now it's like, well, no, right? We're also giving you this opportunity to join us in this like journey. And if it goes great, you'll be a part of that. And like, and so it's like changing that mentality a little bit has also helped me a lot. And to know that it's, in the end, if nothing else, I learned something from that meeting, treated like a customer interview or something like that. So just a couple of tricks that help, just change the way that I go into those meetings.
Yeah, I would say the other thing I would add, I think you guys have nailed a lot of the tips and tricks or thoughts that you go through. But the other thing is that I learn something from every presentation I do. And, I listen to their questions and I think, okay, maybe I didn't answer that exactly the way I would have liked to, but I take it and digest it. And the next time it gets asked, I have a better answer for it. Or I've learned something about like, why did they focus on that particular number? What, maybe I need to present it a little bit clearer. Because it may be intuitive to me as a woman that should be self-evident, and maybe I need to present it a little bit differently. So I think, I just kind of walk into them as I need to do my homework, do my due diligence, know who's in the room, but I also walk away saying, okay, what did I learn from that too, so that I can help for the next time too.
Mm-hmm. Those are all great strategies. One thing I'm wondering is, and this kind of applies to all of us, because of COVID, where our work and home life has been, for better or for worse, completely mushed together, because most of us are working out of our homes, and therefore it's very clear kind of who, what else you have going on in the home, whether it's, a spouse or kids. And do you think that this situation is bringing a sense of like more authenticity to being just, a working female or a working mom or a working grandmom, or do you feel like folks are more approachable and perhaps less judgmental in the startup or the funding space because of COVID, or is it really too early to tell?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure that I would say, I don't think it's people are less judgmental. Maybe they're just more open and receptive.
Mm-hmm.
So, because sometimes I'm talking or presenting to someone and it may be that my background's controlled, but all of a sudden they are the ones that is having a child running through the background that they're having to manage, or, someone else walking in the background. So I think maybe it makes people a little bit more open and receptive.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about the comment about, kind of living into your authenticity and just like using that as a strength rather than a liability. I think that can only be helpful for, all of us plus all of you, but curious what you all think.
Yeah, it's actually been really interesting time for us because, especially like a small startup like ourselves, sometimes when we're talking to like large corporations or big partners, it's like, oh my gosh, like they're this huge Fortune 500 company and like we're talking to them, we got a meeting, but COVID has made it, like you said, authentic and real. It's like, it's just a reminder, like there's another person behind that screen and they're human just like I am. And it's actually made things a little easier, like in terms of like not like an icebreaker. Obviously there's professionalism that happens, but like Peggy said, like someone's kid, like, I'm talking to a CEO of this big company and then like their child just runs through or a dog pops up, and it kind of eases the tension that I'm not sure I would have experienced the same thing if I had to visit their headquarters or travel somewhere. Like there would have been so much more build up for that. So I think that's been really great. And it's definitely made pitching like a lot more accessible, because before we probably would have had to travel to the West Coast and do all this stuff. And now it's just like more opportunities have opened up because of it, which I'm really grateful for.
Yeah, that's great to hear.
Yeah, I guess for me, I just had just similar. Like, I think it's opened up opportunities to meet more people that maybe otherwise would have been harder. But I think it's tricky with investing, right? I think a lot of investors typically would never invest if they had never met you in person. So I'm still figuring out, how, like, obviously some funds are just starting, have continued to deploy funds or have just started, but it's probably a learning process for them as well. And then, but just going back to your question, I mean, I appreciate, like, as I mentioned, like, I'm not a parent, so in that sense, I've tried to build up a lot of empathy and educate myself about, the issues that working parents and especially moms, right? For women, they say that now is the time, like the household responsibilities have like fallen, like even more so on women than before. So I do think it's gonna be like a double edge, like maybe people will be, like you said, more open and like that. But regardless, I think the impact actually on the working women. I think it's kind of too early to tell, but I have a feeling that it might not all of the things will be positive, just because of, there was already this like big burden on women, and now I think it's been amplified. So I'm actually kind of interested or curious to see, how that will continue to evolve and what we can do to support, other women, because it seems like it's going to be a challenging time.
Yeah, I agree with all that, but I thank you for all your comments and insights. We have a question from the audience. What do you think needs to happen for us in the Philly region to support and make more space for women founders and funders and investors? And that could also be any region, just, in the industry as a whole. I will say, I think some of the leading VCs in Philadelphia, like Josh Koppelman, have been very proactive in trying to diversify both, their companies and supporting founders of all kinds, as has the Science Center. But would love to hear your thoughts about this. Just as we all know, it's much easier to build a professional relationship and build trust, and therefore get investment from someone who kind of looks like you, who can relate to you easily. So I think it's still a hurdle that we need to kind of address. So would love to get your thoughts.
So recently, as I mentioned, we started to get more women investors, and the way that happened is through like angel investment and angel groups. But I think something that I saw is that a lot of women don't even know that investment is a possibility, right? And so, like, if we could get more women to do investments and angel investments, and I think everything goes back to education, right? So, like, if we could, like, really early on, just make women aware that that's a possibility, and also make it more accessible. I think that regulations have also changed that in a way that, like, now more people in theory can invest, but it's not easy. And if you don't know about it, it's scary, and like, so I think, like, on the one hand, there's like events like this that give a voice to female founders, but then there's also, panels where there's shedding light on like female investors and what they did to learn, to get into their careers. And there's one side is the VC part, but I think there's a lot that we could do probably with getting more women into angel investing. And I'm super excited about that.
Mm-hmm. Other thoughts?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, definitely getting more women to invest, I think, is a great start. I think people can check themselves as well, like, check your biases, like Adrian was saying with that study that came out of Columbia, I believe is what you said, checking like how you are speaking to founders, and it's like, would you have said that to a male founder instead, and just, write more checks to female founders. Like, that's just maybe a bias I have, but I have so many male friends who've gotten funding off just an idea. And I feel like all the female founders, not all the females, but a large majority of female founders, including myself, like, I felt like we needed to have a finished product with traction before I even approached an investor. So, if you are an investor listening to this, like, take more risks on women, and, our ideas are excellent and investable, and you will get a return on them if you take a risk. And I think people need to do that more often and earlier stage.
Yeah, I think you guys have nailed it. I think also too, making the opportunities as to access to some of the investors through events like this or other events where people can network. And it's not always just about a pitch fest, but also just that network capability of potential investors. I also would say sometimes some of the investment communities around here have been kind enough to have like open office hours where you can sit early stage and talk to them and they'll give you feedback. I think opportunities like that are great for companies and for startups and for women to just understand, what do I need to do differently maybe? Or what else should I think about?
Can I throw one more thing in there? I also think for something to help out the investment community of Philly, it's like, we recognize that our startups won't be a fit for every group that's out there, whether it's angel group or investment group. But something I've been trying to push is just like, hey, if not you, then who? Because I know I don't have a network of angels or VCs like in my community. I'm trying to grow that out. But I think that's a very simple thing to help out a female founder. Just like, if it's not a good fit for us, then who can you connect us with that would be a good fit for us?
Okay, that's really, really helpful. I'm also curious, if there's one piece of advice that you would give to yourself now, if you think back to when you were starting kind of this journey, what's one thing that you knew or would tell yourself that you've learned that at the beginning you were really concerned about or had a lot of hangups about or were really focused on that actually didn't matter? Is there something like that that you can speak to?
So I would tell you one thing, I wouldn't say it didn't matter, but asking for help up front and not thinking I have to do everything by myself, and having a good support network that I can bounce ideas off of, who I can throw out ideas, and if it's crazy, they'll look at me and go, really? But they'll still come back and talk to me the next day. So I would say those are a couple of things.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I think I would tell myself to start sooner, because I had this, the idea for this company was back in 2012, and I just had so much self-doubt, as like, who am I to be like making this device for head trauma when I was a global studies major and I went back to school for engineering eventually. But it was just so much like self-doubt and not belief. And it was just like a flip of a switch one day when I was looking at a manager who I had previously worked for. And I was like, if this guy could run a company, like I can, you know, it was just, I needed that. So I wish I started sooner. And just like, you know, no one's better than you to make your dream. It just takes execution and time, and everyone has good ideas, but the difference is the people who act on them. And that's my advice to a younger self.
Yeah, I let go of the asking for help. And I think maybe like not stressing about certain decisions, you know, like I think we've been fairly okay at these things, but for instance, like when we're ready to launch, we did like a pre-launch, we did pre-orders, like all these things. And a founder once told me, and I think it really helped me, you're gonna launch multiple times, you know, like don't worry about it, like don't stress it, like, you know, like it's so there were things that, you know, you just you do. I feel like so enormously momentous at the time, and then, you know, like a month later, 3 months later, they're like, that wasn't a big deal. So just like, again, putting that in perspective and knowing that that's something like super exciting, like a launch or like a problem that you're having, and again, knowing that, okay, you know, give it a month and it won't feel as as awful as it feels right now. So I think that, and that probably applies to, you know, beyond like starting a company, just in general.
Yeah. Well, one of the really fun things about being part of a startup or founding a startup, I worked at a startup a bunch of years ago, but I feel like it accelerates your learning so fast because you have to do so many things. So it's almost like a supercharged experience. So 1 year at a startup probably gets you like 5 years at any other company. It can be a bit overwhelming, but I think there's so much you get out of it. So like just constantly reminding yourself that you're doing all these hard things at once. It's really incredible. I'm wondering if there's like a startup CEO, it does not have to be a woman, who you really admire. Because, you know, many of the whole tech industry is very much in the news right now, not always for good reasons, but there's a lot of amazing startups out there. And I'm just wondering if there's one that in particular you're like, oh my God, I love how that founder acts or how they lead or what they've done with the company. So I don't know if you've thought about that, but I would love to hear it if, you know, who you kind of follow and look up to.
There's a founder called, well, she goes by the nickname of Lady Ada. It's the founder of Ada Fruit. They create this great, like, they make very, like, microcontrollers and other, like, things that you can tinker with very accessible to the, I guess, maker and tinker community. But I think the story goes that, like, she started her company while still a student. I think she was at MIT or something, and she just bootstrapped her way up. Like, I think she's a great example of, like, because we're talking about, like, hardware is hard. Like, a lot of people don't want to invest in hardware, but she not only bootstrapped it, but she's grown into a very successful business, and like she's done a great job, like, building a community around it. She's done like a lot of like things that, and I think also, but she also keeps this personality or like, you know, like her persona. Like, she talks at maker events, and she's like really into like getting more people, like women and non-women, into STEM, right? So I just love that. I think she's a great, very, you know, I don't know her personally, but it seems like a very down-to-earth like founder, and, you know, like did things the hard way, and yet she scaled them. So it's like,
okay, that's great. Anyone else?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I feel like a lot of the companies I look up to are are at a little bit of a later stage. But actually a local Philly startup, Pippy Sips. I'm a big admirer of the CEO, Amber Lee Venti, and her husband, Joe Venti, like they're co-founders, but they're in the breast milk, actually kind of not the same thing as you, Adriana, but like they make a breast milk cooling and storing system. And I just have so much, you know, I just want to give them a lot of kudos because like they have a family, they're running a company, building a product, which we know is so hard. So I just like admire them because they have this whole other layer of complexity that I know I'm not personally dealing with, and they're doing really great things in that space. And they're a really cool Philly startup to check out.
Great.
Yeah, I would say my business partner, you know. So, you know, Kent started a company when he was a professor at Virginia Tech, and took it from being a little startup and took it as an IPO, and was pretty amazing with what he did. Was about 140 million when he left. So, and he just has that tenacity and that understanding of, okay, so that didn't work. Let's try it again slightly differently, you know, and having someone that has that kind of experience around is just wonderful. It's just an incredible thing to see and to be around him.
Great. Thank you. I'm always looking for new folks to follow or like inspiring stories like that. So I wanted to, we are here as part of Amplify Philly, and part of the kind of purpose of Amplify Philly is to promote Philadelphia as a center of innovation and entrepreneurship, and just creativity and art, and just a really neat place to be creating and building things. And to the extent that you can, I'd love to hear kind of what you think Philadelphia does well in terms of promoting diversity in the startup community, and kind of what you think could be improved, or other examples of how different cities can support like cultural and all kinds of diversity in startups. It would be great to hear actually any other examples that you've experienced. I do think like the Philadelphia community is really trying to support diverse startups and founders, and there's a lot of new programs out there that at least are trying to do that. But would love to hear, you know, kind of your experience or your thoughts.
For us, one thing that's been really helpful has been all the support from the like Philly press. So from, you know, Technically Philly to like the Philadelphia Citizen, it's been amazing, and that's really, really helpful because it helps us, you know, shed light about what we're building, like for the community in Philly, but beyond Philly as well. And I think it does, like, you know, also share with the rest of the nation and, you know, like country, like there is innovation happening in Philly. And so I think it serves like, you know, it helps us, it helps Philly. It's so we really appreciate that. And I mean, for Lily Wright, like, well, the team is now like a little bit scattered all around, but I mean, we keep going always back to Philly because of all the support of the healthcare ecosystem there, right? So like we have Dr. Diane Spatz from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Like, I think that's like knowing that the people are open there to support the startup ecosystem is, I think, like very unique to, you know, like Philly. And then I think there's also this great, you know, like there's like Philly startup leaders. There's like all the community, like companies coming out of at least, you know, what I'm familiar with is like, you know, Penn. We've worked with like interns from like Temple, from Villanova. So I think that there's this like really great, you know, because of all the amazing like colleges and talent that is in Philly. That's also a great place, you know, for a startup to look for interns, for talent coming out of there. And I think that's something that Philly is doing well, and what can continue to be better is, you know, like how do we connect the, you know, that talent with the startups that need it, with the different, you know, all the different ecosystem players. But I think it's going in the right direction.
Great.
Something that I think is really innovative that happened in Philadelphia for more inclusion of underrepresented founders was through the University.
I think Jesse froze. So Peggy, do you want to?
Yeah,
jump in?
yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think maybe I know a little bit of what Jesse was going to say. I think the Science Center, not for CASA, but for a previous company I worked for, was a really good resource, and was a great way to connect small companies and network and innovate among those companies and be able to share some common resources. So I think there was some really good, that's one of the things I thought Philly did really, really well. But there's always more opportunity to build those support networks and to find opportunities for people to meet and to network.
Okay, it sounds like Jesse hopefully will be back soon. Would love to hear like what's next for your companies, what you're looking for, what's your kind of next major goal or milestone you're hoping to achieve, and if there's any way we can help in particular. So Adriana, do you want to start?
So we're excited that we are low in inventory, which is a problem, but a good problem to have. So we're working on the next production, and we're working to launch, even like it's a new and even better version of our first product. We'll be adding more sizes. So hopefully, by November, December, we'd love, if we can connect to, again, any members of the press or something to help us, promote that. And because at that point, we'll be looking also for more sales channels. Up to now has been we sell through our website, but we're always kind of looking for potential new distributors. And then the last thing I would say, we're always looking for amazing or talented interns that want to work with us. So we actually have some active Angel List postings for interns. But yeah, we're super excited for the next few months. Hopefully continue to grow. And next year, the goal would be to launch also a new product, but work in progress.
Great, that's exciting. Adriana, I'm sorry, Peggy.
That's okay. That's all right. I think for CASA, we're just getting ready to kick off our clinical study in vaginosis. So that's a huge step forward for us. And we were awarded a NSF grant, so we're kicking that off, the work for that. But also the spontaneous preterm birth work, getting that research undergoing that we're doing with Penn is really very exciting. And I'm looking so forward to getting that prototype ready to go to be tested.
Great. And just maybe while we wait for Jesse to come back on, I wanted to make sure everyone knew that the Penn Center for Innovation, where I work, we're the commercialization organization at Penn. So we work with faculty and students across the university to commercialize their ideas, form startups, create partnerships with the private sector. And we also run an accelerator, which works with very early stage teams like Adriana had to develop ideas. We also work very closely with the Pennovation Center, which is actually kind of a startup building with startups. Our PCI Ventures, a division of PCI, is based there. So we provide startup services and a lot of programming to support startup growth at the center. And we have corporate partners based there. We have a venture capitalist based there. Jesse is part of that community. So there's a lot happening overall at Penn to support entrepreneurship and startups of all kinds, including female founders. So I encourage everyone to check it out. And I see that Jessie is back. So I'm not sure if you remember your train of thought, but we were talking about how Philadelphia supports diverse founders and what your experience has been and any suggestions you have for the startup ecosystem here.
Yeah, I'm not sure when I got cut off, but I was talking about the Launch Lane Accelerator through the University Science Center. They did a double-blind type of application where when applying to the accelerator, you took out all your pronouns for describing yourself. You didn't use your company name. So it was really assessed on like the value and viability of the technology and the company. And there were no biases in terms of who was reviewing the application, which I just thought was so unique. And it put together this amazing cohort. I would love to see more programs done like that because there are inherent biases with just even knowing what company you're looking at, and maybe you heard about them before and maybe this other one you hadn't. So I think that's cool. And then there's programs like Accelerate Latinx through Philly's Hispanic Chamber of Commerce that I think have been really like supportive, and yeah, those are two of my favorites so far.
And are you aware of programs in other places that you feel like really do support female founders that you'd like to see here? I mean, do we celebrate and support you guys enough in Philadelphia, in your opinion?
I think so. I'm not aware, or I can't think off the top of my head if in terms of other programs outside of Philly that support women really well. I think the only issue is like you have to seek it out right now. You know, if I wasn't part of the Pennovation community, I might not be aware of some of these accelerators, or you know, working at home is a completely different scenario. So I think there just needs to be a little bit more outreach, or like publicizing of those types of programs, because you really have to be in touch with it or looking for it in order to see those opportunities.
Anything anything else you two would like to highlight?
I guess I've connected to different groups that are trying to operate at like a national level, but I guess, right, I've also spent quite a bit of time in New York, and I think one of the groups that I say or think has done a fantastic job, and that not a lot of female founders know about, and it is open to founders from all around the US, but it's called Project W, and it's sponsored by a law firm. But I think what they do that's amazing is that they connect founders. It's not only, like, sometimes a lot of the difficulties are like access to capital, but also sometimes to like decision makers or like, you know, like people that can get you like into pilots and things like that. And I think they've done a really great job at connecting founders to those sort of groups. And then there's been like little spin-offs. Like now there's like a group that's connecting like to general counsel or legal counsel that want to be advisors or potentially investors. And I mean, that's such a huge value add for startups. Like, I mean, if you could get like a general counsel, you know, as an early stage advisor, that's fantastic. And so for me, like that's a great example of something that I feel is pretty unique that I would love to, but I think it's like outreach, right? Because I know that they make their programs available for founders outside of New York. When it was possible to travel, right, it would be like, come to the city for a one-day boot camp, 2-day boot camp. Now they're doing them online, but maybe like that. So I feel like whoever, you know, in Philly is kind of like taking leadership around like which programs to seek out. Like, I guess it'd be great if there was like a centralized, you know, place to go to for these sort of like events and news and things like that. But it takes a big coordinated effort. So
yeah, we've heard that from lots of people. So that's great advice. Any final words before we sign off? It's been great having you as part of this discussion, and well, I guess I'll take the final word and say, I think you're all working on really innovative technology that is not easy to do or bring to, the market and grow. So it's really impressive, whether you're a female or not, building companies around these innovations, and anything that we can do at Penn or in Philadelphia to further support you, we want to be able to do. And we have, very nice connections to all of you. The ecosystem here, as you've noted, is really strong. And we'd love to wish you continued growth and success with your next steps. And thank you for joining for the discussion.
Thank
you so much for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Lori. Lori from Penn has been a day one supporter of Amplify Philly since our inception, so always thank you, Lori. It was a great panel. We love hearing from founders and seeing so much female representation in our region, so thank you, y'all. Y'all, we are moving and grooving at Amplify Philly at home. There is still a lot to look forward to. At 5 o'clock, we're going to be transitioning to a little bit of magic and a little bit of trivia with our friends over at Guru, so you will not want to miss that, so hang tight. But what we're doing now, Lift Labs is the front door for startups at Comcast NBCUniversal. In this next session, Lift Labs 2020 Accelerator Spotlight, we will learn more about the two phenomenal companies in the Lift Labs 2020 Accelerator. Sishi and Workchu, both. But first, we are excited to bring Luke Butler, our guy Luke, Senior Director of Lift Labs, on to tell us more about what they're up to. Yo, Luke! Luke, where you at?
Hey, Dave, it's good to see you. I miss you, man.
Woo! Take it away, Luke.
I'm Luke Butler. I'm the Senior Director for Startup Engagement at Comcast NBCUniversal. First thing I want to say is we've been a long-time supporter of Amplify Philly. I think what Dave and Michelle and the whole team is doing to bring our community together has been so transformative. I'm sad that we weren't all together down in Austin earlier this year, but what you've done through this Amplify Philly at home has, I think, been incredible. I want to spend a few minutes introducing you to some of the companies that we're working with through the Lift Labs Accelerator. Dave mentioned that our team is the front door for startups at Comcast. Our job is to find early stage companies and develop partnerships between those startups and our business. If we go to the slides, I'll kind of talk you through some of the companies. And if you go to the next slide, I just want to touch on some of the broader areas that we work on. So I'll introduce you to the companies in our accelerator in a second. But there are really three main areas that our team focuses on and weighs into Comcast through our startup engagement team. We run the accelerator. We have the Lift Labs Accelerator that is based in Philadelphia, though obviously this year it's a virtual program. We also have a sports tech focused program, which will run next February. We're in the process of selecting companies from around the world that are working in different areas of sports technology to be part of that program. We also work with later stage companies. So we have a program called Liftoff, where we're really focused on companies that are already ready to do business with Comcast. So we just wrapped up a challenge around accessibility, where we had companies, again, apply from all around the world. And we're going to be working with some of those startups that came through that process. And then on the left, we provide entrepreneurial programming. I listened to some of the last discussion that was led by Laurie from Penn. In fact, one of the programs that we run originally in our space and now virtually is a meetup for female founders and funders. We actually have a virtual session happening on Friday morning. So if anyone is interested in joining that, female founders, investors, supporters, and allies, go to our website for information on how to do that. If we go to the next slide, I'll introduce you now to some of the companies that now have this strong relationship with Philadelphia and with Comcast. Each year, this is our third year, we run an accelerator in partnership with a company called Techstars. And through that process, we bring, we have hundreds of companies from around the world apply to the program. And then we bring them into Comcast. We invest in all of these companies. We look to test and pilot what they're building. And our goal is for those companies to have longer term relationships with our business and to have a stronger connection to Philly. Over 25% of the companies that have participated in the program now have a Philly presence, and that's something that we're really proud of. So to introduce you to some of the founders that are now in our family, I'll kick off with Afroland. Afroland TV is a content platform which makes it easier for folks to find and consume content from the African continent and the global Black diaspora. It's a husband and wife team, Michael and Britton. They have this infectious passion and energy. It's very interesting to our company as we look to continue to feature a more diverse range of content and content creators on our platform. The next company is Beam Health. Beam is a telemedicine platform for brick and mortar doctors and clinics. So you'll have probably seen a lot of news around telemedicine platforms. Most of those are vertically integrated. They hire their own doctors, and you sign on and you pick whichever doctor you can find and whichever specialty you need. Beam is different in that it allows people to see their own doctors. So they're targeting smaller clinics, individual doctors, and really looking to make it easier for people to see their own doctor, to access healthcare, and to really democratize access to healthcare across the country. Cast is a company which takes complex data sets or reports and uses them to turn them into audio and video snippets. What's really cool is that those videos come with embedded calls to action. So, for example, if you're a client of a financial services company or a financial advisor, they would typically send you a PDF of your portfolio and what the different makeup of your investments are. With Cast, you would get an interactive video that would walk you through this process and allow you to make changes and rebalance your portfolio right in the video. It's really interesting as we think about different ways that we can communicate with our own customers. Cavatic is my favorite. They're a British company, so I'm really rooting for them and trying to get them to Philly. But Cavatic helps media companies understand what their audience is doing throughout the day so that they can serve up the right content at the right time. For example, they know when you're on your way home from work, or when we get back to real normal life when you're on your way home from work. So a media company can notify you about one of your favorite shows that's about to start, or new content on a streaming platform. Or they know when you're just sitting on a bus or traveling and have time to listen to a podcast. It gives companies a better understanding of what their users are doing and allows them to target them in the right way at the right time. Globe Games, this is a really exciting company. Mitu and Latoya have worked in the games industry for some time, and they're building a gaming platform for underrepresented gamers and game developers. They saw a trend in diverse content doing well at the box office, movies like Black Panther and Crazy Rich Asians, and they see that content, they see that trend rather extending into gaming. So they're already working with HBO to develop a companion app for the show Insecure with Issa Rae. ICE is one of their investors, but gaming is a really fast-growing area of interest for our business. But we're also just find Mitu and Latoya just incredibly compelling founders with a really strong background in the industry. Introvoke is a virtual event platform. There's many that we spend all of our days on these different platforms, but Introvoke gives organizations control over the full end-to-end process of hosting events. So from promotion to registration and streaming and video recaps, their platform can be embedded into an organization's own website. So they envision a future of hybrid events like this one that are part in-person, part virtual. This is a trend that they spotted even before the pandemic hit. They launched last year. They're a pre-COVID company for a post-COVID world. Kidas is one of three companies that are based in Philadelphia. So the founder, Ron, is an Israeli guy, went to Wharton. He was a member of the Israeli intelligence service. So he and his colleagues were charged with detecting online terrorists. And they're using that same technology, that same approach to protect children from online predators and cyberbullying. Their first use case is around gaming. So they're starting with the Xbox and looking to expand that to protect all internet-connected devices and protect children that are using those from those predators that come onto those platforms or from bullying that happens from other people on them. Perceptor is another Philly company, a young company from Penn. They have developed a new technology to help detect shoplifting. Typically, people watch videos to detect shoplifting. It's fairly labor intensive and not very accurate. It also is quite biased. And so their technology strips gender and race out of that analysis and only alerts shopkeepers when they detect that kind of activity. They actually just announced this week a strategic partnership and investment with ADT, a large security company. So they're on a good path to be quite successful. And then the last company I'll talk about is a company called Showcase, which is a video-first hiring platform. You'll know that if you've ever posted a role or hired people, you typically know in the first few minutes of that intro video or call if they're a fit or not. So Showcase is a platform which allows you to evaluate those top of the funnel candidates quickly and easily, and focus on the candidates that you really think have high potential. What's interesting here is, if you post a job and you have 100 applicants for it, you're only going to hire one person. What happens to those other 99? Well, with Showcase, those other 99 are put into a marketplace with other similar opportunities that get recommended to them. So it really creates that marketplace to recycle talent. So those are some of the companies in the program, but there are two in particular that I think are really interesting to this audience. And I want to let the founders speak for themselves. So with that, I will introduce Kofi, the founder of Seshi, and then Maisha, the founder of WorkChew.
Hi, my name's Kofi, and I'm the co-founder of Seshi. Seshi is a marketplace of virtual guides for companies and organizations to book virtual team building activities for their employees. This can range from anything from a virtual meditation session, fitness, yoga, even comedians and magic shows. It's all about building employee morale, team bonds, and maintaining culture remotely. So we believe that the future of work is becoming more distributed, and HR departments and people ops departments need to find ways to keep their employees engaged and connected. So we're part of the Comcast Lift Labs Accelerator program with Techstars. It's been super exciting. We just finished our second week, and we're launching our beta for our company in a few weeks. So check it out when you get a chance. It'll be seshi.io, SESHIE.io.
Hi, my name is Maisha Burt, and I am the co-founder and CEO of WorkChew. Let's face it, working remotely day in and day out can be challenging. Between having to share a space with your roommate or your partner, or your kids' Zoom classes in the background, or the dog barking, working from home is just really hard. But where do you go when you want a change of scenery or you just want to get away for a few hours and the traditional outlets no longer are there for you? You can't go into the office, co-working spaces are a bit too expensive, and coffee shops are too small for a socially distant work session. Well, if you've ever dealt with any of these scenarios, there is an answer: WorkChew.com. We are a growing startup backed by an awesome company and accelerator, Comcast, NBCUniversal, and Techstars. So, how does it work? Well, simple and efficient, just like you. Our members pay a small monthly fee to have access to a network of beautiful, safe spaces, saving them valuable time and frustration. Our geolocated app brings up a curated list of spaces near you where you can go and work, get access to Wi-Fi, food and drink discounts, and join a growing community. And for those who are still worried about COVID-19, we allow our members to book the ideal seat that makes them feel comfortable and compliant with CDC guidelines. Currently, we are based in Washington, D.C. and have some locations in Chicago as well, but we will be expanding into Philly over the next 60 days. So please do us a favor and go to www.workchu.com and add your name to the Philly wait list to be notified of when we launch there. So to wrap this all up, when you are looking to mix up your workspace or you just want to support your local restaurants, please join our community, because what's better than knowing that you have a seat saved and great food with WorkChew. Thank you.
Thank you, Kofi and Maisha. If you are either looking for team building activities or want to run team building activities through Seshi, if you're a remote worker looking for more interesting spaces to use, or if you're interested in any of the companies that I talked about this afternoon, you can sign up with Seshi. You can go to WorkChew's website to add your name. You can also email lift@comcast.com if you're interested in connecting with and helping any of these founders. So thanks for your time this afternoon. Thanks for letting me introduce the 2020 Accelerator class with Comcast Lift Labs.
Philly Tech Week this week. So this next session is presented by Philly Tech Week and pretty much addresses some of the most pressing issues that we're currently facing right now: voting, COVID-19, the census, and digital information access. Technology inevitably plays a role in how we access timely, ever-changing information related to COVID-19, the election, and the census. But in a city where many residents live without internet access, that also means accurate information isn't always available to everyone equally. Technically, Philly reporter Michael Butler will lead this discussion with PhillyCam Community Engagement Director Nasha Taylor, hey Nasha, and Resolve Philly editorial assistant Lily Madosh on what's being done to rectify this in 2020. Michael, I'll hand this over to you to get things started.
Yeah, hey, how's everyone doing today?
Doing good. It's a heavy day, to be honest.
Doing great. Awesome. It definitely is a very heavy day. You know, the recent news that we've gotten about Breonna Taylor's case only makes the topics that we're discussing, you know, that much more important, particularly when it comes to, you know, participating in census, voting, and what have you. In short, you know, I just want to talk to you guys about, you know, voting, the census, and COVID-19, and what that means for digital information access. So, you know, we can just take a moment to each introduce ourselves briefly. My name is Michael Butler. I'm a reporter for Technically Philadelphia, and I generally report on tech equity for marginalized communities and just ways that we can bridge the digital divide. Excuse me.
Cool, I can start off. Thanks for your work and your introduction, Michael, and hosting this here today. I'm Nasha Taylor. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Community Engagement Director at PhillyCam. PhillyCam is a public access television station and community media center. We also host WPPM FM 106.5, which is a local radio station in Philadelphia. So we like to bring people together to make and share media that matters. And we like to also think and build community power to be the voice and share perspectives around our local issues in Philly.
Thanks, Nasha and Michael. I'm Lily Medosh with Resolve Philly. Resolve is a nonprofit centered around challenging local journalism to be more equitable, collaborative, and driven by community voices. Part of my work as an editorial associate is around manning our Equally Informed Philly text line, which is a community-driven tool. It's a text and SMS tool where folks can text in questions, and we also send out news and information updates.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I don't want to, waste any time. I think it's important for us to start off by talking about the census. It's more than just the mail that we've been getting every single day, trying to implore us to vote, or even just a random text messages that we're getting from things that we even know we were signed up for. The census is a very big deal. Happens once every 10 years. What current projects are each of you working on to help raise awareness for the census?
Sure, I can take a first stab at this. So with our Equally Informed text line, and if anyone watching this wants to join, you just text the phrase equal info to 73224, and you'll be speaking with either myself or my amazing coworker, Gabriella, who helps run the Spanish language side of our text tool. But essentially, news and information is changing so quickly. So one of the big things that we want to do with this text line is make sure that people know when information changes. So when the census deadline moved up an entire month to September 30th, which is just a week away, if you haven't filled out the census, make sure you do that. That's a huge critical deadline. And so what we did is we sent out that information to all of our texters so that they knew that this deadline had changed and that they need to fill out the census before September 30th.
Yeah, the census is so important. It's incredibly important for providing public funding, and that matters for reasons that are personal to each household, but also how our society and culture and community works together in systems. So one of the things that PhillyCam is doing is trying to make sure that everyone takes the census. There's a lot of misinformation and disinformation floating around social media and just, in communities, and there's a lot of mistrust for how the information was getting collected, how it's being used, and all. So we received a grant from the Digital Literacy Alliance in Philadelphia and produced videos in partnership with other community organizations so that folks in those communities we produce videos in 8 different languages total. So English as well as others like Mandarin and, Vietnamese, Laotian. So so I lost my train of thought, Michael, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah, it's really important. I believe that, census information is getting out to people with different backgrounds. So, not to just follow up on, the importance of getting information out in several different languages. What has it been like as far as like trying to connect with different communities regarding the census? Because Philadelphia has a huge population of Black and Brown people that could certainly benefit from participating in the census.
Yeah, that's right. So we really just rely on our relationships with community partners. For instance, we don't have a relationship with everyone throughout the city. So working with folks who have that trusted history and relationship throughout neighborhoods in Philadelphia, so that folks who are in the neighborhood are helping to write the script and translate and show, like with a cell phone, what the census will look like on your phone. So there's no reason to be, there's no barriers to, or we just want to like decrease the barriers to taking that, whether it's you can't get access to the internet or you feel like you don't understand what's being asked, so that, person to person touch.
Yeah, there's been amazing volunteer drives where people are out there with iPads taking people through the census. One of the initiatives that we did at Resolve through our Equally Informed Philly project was a print newsletter, and our first edition was all about the census. I think print distribution is really important, and so what we did with that was distribute this physical newsletter through our different community partners and also through the food boxes that are being distributed by the city and Share Philadelphia. So getting information into the homes of folks who might really benefit from the census, but really everybody benefits from filling out the census and the kind of funding and federal funding that the census brings to Philadelphia.
You did. Okay.
We got you.
So, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Awesome. Oh, okay.
It's a digital life, you know. We've all been
Working
there.
with Rendezvous. Yeah, man, digital life. I feel like if you have a meeting and you haven't accidentally spoken while you mute, the meeting probably didn't really happen, you know? It's one of those moments that remind you you're still human.
That's right.
But I want to ask you ladies though, how important is it for how important is it for people of more affluent backgrounds to participate in the census? Because there seems to be a misconception that the census is only for people of like maybe lower income background.
It's so important. And this is actually my first year ever filling out the census. It only happens every 10 years. All clarity aside, I was 12 in 2010. So this is my first time learning about the census and filling it out. And I learned so much more than I, ever knew. The fact that there's a tangible dollar amount applied to the census, that federal funding happens based on our population size that's reported by the census. So that includes highways, our hospitals, and our schools, and so many other areas. So it is so critical that everybody fills out the census.
Definitely. I want to jump subjects for a brief moment because there are 3 topics here. I want to talk a little bit about COVID-19. So I understand with the text line, Lily, like you guys, Resolve Philly is getting to people in perhaps a way that's more important because we're socially distanced via text message. What are some questions that you guys have had to clear up with people about COVID-19?
Sure. So our text line, really, we're trying to market it as an open communication channel. There are no stupid questions during this time. I think everybody can agree this year has, brought about so many questions and concerns that we have never, ever had to answer or face. So we're fielding community questions and then answering those questions with local reporting from results partners and also verified government websites. So some of the questions we've received about COVID, is where can I get tested near me? Is testing free? We even got a question, can you get COVID from mosquitoes? I didn't know, but thankfully one of our partners, the Philadelphia Inquirer, had answered that question. No, you cannot get COVID from mosquitoes, but it's just a great learning experience, I think, for everybody involved. And I think it's really important that people know that there are answers out there. And if our text line can help people get simplified answers to their questions, I think it's well worth doing.
Yeah, definitely. Nasha, how has Philly Cam responded to the COVID-19 and trying to get out the correct information to people?
Yeah, well, one of the ways that we're working with local news reporters, and we're also training community reporters ourselves, but we wanted to help folks manage the information. There's so much information online on our feeds and, national outlets and all of that. So we're producing a People Power News Hour, and that's on Tuesdays at 7. And one of the ways that we're doing that is with all the local community radio stations, taking all of the information and covering it more in depth. So providing the stats and numbers, of course, but also going in depth on different stories to help folks stay safe.
while they're continuing to do engagement and interacting throughout the city. We also have a video that we produced in collaboration with members to produce in English and Spanish with children to help folks understand the importance of wearing their mask. And that is also being shared throughout the Philadelphia International Airport.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm glad you mentioned the wearing of masks because at some point, wearing masks became a political thing instead of like a public health thing. And there is so much misinformation out there that, you know, just being able to like have like reliable sources of information is super important. So, you know, really applaud both Resolve Philly and Philly Camp for the work that they're doing and making sure people have the proper information on these subjects. Just moving on past COVID-19, this election is easily going to be one of the biggest events of probably our brief lifetimes. And I think that's really important for people to understand the importance of, you know, just having the information around voting. So, you know, could each of you talk a bit about how important local media has been in making people have correct information about the voting process?
Well, so many of our, amazing local news partners have been putting out great FAQs and really just staying on top of information, especially as it changes. So what we're really trying to promote with our text line is that we want this to be a tool where people can text in questions they have in the weeks and days leading up to the election, and really just promoting any new news and information changes that we can text out to our texters. An example of that this week, we texted out that the city's opening up 17 early voting offices where you can go and get everything done in just one fell swoop. You can register to vote, you can fill out a mail-in ballot, also promoting the use of both envelopes within the ballot, the mail-in ballot process. So it's critical information like that. And with our text line, we really can provide a kind of personalized touch. So we offered, if people wanted to submit their zip codes to us, I was able to then look up and figure out where's the nearest voting location office to you. So I think that kind of information, and I'm sure in the next month or so, there's going to be so much more information that's changing. So I think with our text line, really being able to just send direct information right to people's pockets through their cell phone, even if they don't have a smartphone, this works via SMS. Which is so important to reaching people. So yeah, that's some of the work that we're doing.
Yeah, reaching people right now is key. Like it's person to person and touch to touch. Not everyone is online though, of course, too. And so as folks are turning to and relying on more traditional media formats in television and radio, we want to make sure that folks are becoming producers of media as well, not just consumers. So we do have programs where we're training folks to make and produce their own media content. It's not always formal news and journalism, but we also are, training folks for that more formally. So we want to make sure that folks are aware of media literacy, and the folks who are crafting these stories are people who could be your neighbors and all. So I mentioned already the People Power News Hour, and we're also working with, Resolve Philly to get their newsletter out into the community, either helping people sign up for their text service and also with physical newspapers.
Yeah, the next issue of our newsletter is soon to be printed, and it's all about voting. And I think what's so cool about this is we partnered with local youth outlets so that there are youth reporting their perspective. If you're not old enough to vote, but you still have all of these thoughts and opinions about how you want your future to look, I think, our newsletter helped bring voice to that, illustrations by youth, important information about how to register if you're formerly incarcerated, if you are experiencing homelessness, how you can still vote. And so our printed newsletter will be distributed next month, and I'm so excited to partner with Philly Cam on that.
Yeah, looking ahead is so important. So we're doing live election programming with local producers and reporters that starts on October 1st. And I think that what folks are looking for right now is a way to think more deeply about what's happening and how what happens nationally and with policy and legislation, how it affects each person individually. So we're looking to support our reporters in making those connections and exploring issues like, do we all know what fascism mean when we're talking about that? Do we know what terms like filibuster mean, or what abolish the police versus defund the police mean? So we just want the space, and we want to create the space and the community for folks to really explore those issues in a way that they feel informed and empowered, if that makes sense. So that relates to everything from digital literacy to the census to voting, and really just how to create communities together that are thriving, where folks can feel safe.
You know, it's really interesting that you mentioned like just informing people on things that many of us might think are like just commonplace topics. Like, you know, we hear fascism thrown around frequently, and there's probably an assumption that, oh, everybody knows what it means for politicians to be a fascist. Or I think about, you know, the passing of Ruth Bader Ginsburg just recently, and many people not understanding the gravity of that when it comes to, you know, presidents nominating Supreme Court justices. So making sure people have like this vital information is crucial, because, you know, it's like they say, you know, everything can be assumed. And I think we tend to, many of us tend to just assume that, hey, you know, everybody understands these concepts, and they do not. Lily, it's something I wanted to ask you about as far as the text line. You know, I'm not a particularly phone savvy person, and I forget that so many people on the internet seem to have my phone number, like organizations. How have you got all managed getting organic responses from a text line? Because I was just looking at my phone like 10 minutes ago, and I have a ton of like automated texts that I've received that I probably won't respond to. So, you know, how have you guys been managing?
Yeah, Michael, if I'm being honest, I also get texts nearly every day, whether from political campaigns, and I hate to say it, but sometimes I do not respond. I think what's special about our work is that we're really trying to do this kind of organic outreach. So we've got our social media accounts, that's Equal Info 215 on Instagram and Facebook. We've also got this print newsletter, and of course, our partner organizations, we have an ad space. So really trying to spread the word about this. I think what's special is that once you get someone to text in because they want to, you just build a stronger relationship. And because, you know, if you text in, you're going to be talking with me or my coworker, Gabriela, if you're a Spanish language speaker. I think having that personal one-to-one relationship is important for people. I think also letting people know that they're being heard. So we often include open-ended questions. You know, what do you think about mail-in ballots? What do you think about the election season in general? And so we get people sending in their responses, and I think people really value just knowing that someone is listening. And hopefully, you know, we've really only been at this for a few months or so, and I think in the near future we can really get more and more people involved.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess this question is for both of you ladies. What are some takeaways from the way in which you all have been communicating with people through the pandemic, in terms of like getting like this pertinent information to people, whether it's via text, whether it's through programming on radio or on television, that you believe what methods do you believe you guys will still be using after the pandemic is over?
I mean, at least for Resolve, I think we definitely want to continue this print newsletter and especially work more with youth around the city so that they have a platform and a space to share their thoughts, their creative writing, I think is really valuable. I think eventually we will move away from doing these topic-specific issues and really just leaving it up to youth so that they can help inform the communities that they live in and exist around. And I think we will definitely continue using our Equal Info text line because news and information is important in how we, act and also how we exist in these spaces and understand that there are resources available to us.
Yeah, I think that the question around how we'll stay in touch is important. It's also, I think what we're in, if I could be transparent, I think that what's a really important question for us and that we're grappling with is how much is too much, and can we leave space for relationship building without it? I mean, this is an essential community engagement question, but we don't want to be transactional. We don't want to just build a relationship in order to do a thing. It's not a means to an end. And I think that there's so much going on. There's so much to care about and so much to react to. It's a challenge to maintain what we want to get to, what we want to build for and around, with just leaving some space for people to be human and have humanity. I mean, even an example of us doing this panel today, if I could just bring it home into this moment, a lot of us in the world are feeling, and in the United States, I'm feeling a whole lot right now about what's happening, and being present in conversations where we have to keep it business as usual or carry on or maintain and fulfill commitments that are also important and valid. And it's just can we all figure out how to leave space for humanity, So it's we're going to use the internet, we're going to use telephone, we're going to use television and radio and all the things. And we just want to leave space for us to be able to touch and connect. I hope that helps answer that question.
Yeah, definitely answer that question really well. And I think, transparent is really important right now. I find that the pandemic has underscored a lot of systemic inequities that I will say a large portion of society has had the privilege of ignoring for a long time now. And so now we're at a point where it's oh my goodness, we've seen a lot of people lose their jobs in what seemed like mere days. We're seeing people, relying upon a $1,200 payment that really didn't get much of the job done. It's just a lot of different other things. And then when it comes to social unrest, the Breonna Taylor case is hanging over many of our heads. And I think the pandemic is probably one of the first times in our lives where many of us have actually had to sit back and say, you know what? I had to allow myself to feel this way right now because I can't just work through it. Or, for city officials, and I think community engagement people, media like ourselves, just allowing ourselves to feel and to be present in the moment is super important because this pandemic has inextricably linked all of us. And so just understanding, hey, maybe this email shouldn't go out today, or maybe hey, this person may not want to do a phone interview today, or hey, let's move productions tomorrow, or maybe even reschedule the next. I think before all of this, so much stuff had been automated in programs to where it's okay, Sunday morning, I know this is going to go out regardless of what's happening Sunday morning. Whereas we're just all having to actually take a look around and not just read the room, but I feel read the community, So I really, really appreciate you sharing that sentiment, Nasha. But if there's any thing you want to share about the work that Resolve Philly and Philly Cam is doing, please feel free to do that.
I think there was an interference with the audio, so I missed what the question was, but I feel like I want to take a moment on that topic still. And because Philly Cam, where we share and distribute media about leaving space for those relationships. And I think it's not only it's our responsibility as an organization to use that existential, or to use this existential moment to say, what are we doing for folks? Are we on time with this? Is this relevant? Is this valuable? Is this meaningful right now? And are we delivering delivering it in a relevant, valuable, and meaningful way, but also what are we doing as an organization for the folks who are making this organization up? Like, we have to look out for our staff and each other and look at our operations and our institutional policies and figure out if we're showing up in a way that matters and is right and is just for this moment. And it's a personal existential question, but also for every organization, whether you're oriented around impact or, technology or profit or whatever.
Nasha, I'm really looking forward to the day that Resolve and Philly Camp can be back in our building together. I don't know when that will be, but I hope it's soon.
Likewise, Willie. Thank you.
Wow, man, you guys are like both doing such great work with your respective organizations.
Michael,
And
you too.
indeed, it will be great when like you all will physically. Oh, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Technically is a really, really great news making environment in the sense of we're a little bit off the beaten path. I will say that our founder for a week has laid a great trail for us and like doing things a little bit different. So I really relish the opportunity to help tell the stories I'm telling and to work with the people I get to work with. So I realized that between Technically and Resolve Philly, Philly Camp, we all owe something to the communities we serve locally. And I think we're all doing the best work that we possibly can. So I really appreciate that. But thank you ladies so much for spending your Wednesday afternoon with me on such a heavy day at that. And I really look forward to seeing the work that the tech going to get done and that Philly Camp is going to continue to do. So thank you all so much for sharing your time.
Sorry, I appreciate it too. Thanks to you both.
Michael. For one last time, everyone watching, make sure you fill out the census, register to vote, and turn out on November 3rd.
And wear your mask.
One, two, hey! Awesome. Very relevant and important information. Thank you, Michael. As always, in the Philly Tech Week, shout out to them, Technically Philly. Please, please, please do what you can to educate yourself and make your vote count this November. Safely, of course. Well, folks, it is about that time. It's about that time. Take a stretch, grab a beverage of your choice, because we are about to jump into a little bit of magic. Yep, that's what I said. I said a little bit of magic and trivia with our friends over at Guru. Before we do that, we do want to give another big thank you to all of our partners and sponsors, the Mid-Atlantic FX team, the Witty Gritty team, and of course my Rec team, letting us hold it down here at Rec Philly. Cool. And make sure you're following us at Amplify Philly. Make sure you're doing that thing to share the information at Amplify Philly. All of today's sessions will be available to watch again on our YouTube page. And don't forget to mark your calendar. Our last Amplify Philly at home. It's our last one. We've done 4 of these bad boys, or we will have done 4. Our last Amplify Philly at home installment will be October 21st. Let us make sure you mark down October 21st. So we have our guy Rick Nucci coming in just a few minutes. Just waiting for that call. As we said, we're always doing these things live. It's always fun to see how things will unfold. We're going to be doing a little bit of live magic right here. Got the hat, not my hat, but a hat. We're doing some live magic, and then we are going to break out. Rick is going to host some trivia where we got some pretty sweet giveaways. So make sure if you're home, you grab your drink, you had your stretch, and then we are going to be jumping into some magic and trivia, things you do not want to miss here at the Amplify at Home series. A quick shout out to our Philly Tech Week, Technically Philly sponsors on their 10th anniversary. Congratulations to them. But I just got word that my guy Rick Nucci is available to speak with me. Hey! Rick Nucci, y'all, CEO of Guru. Rick, can you hear me? How you feeling?
I gotcha. How you doing, Dave? Good to see you, bud.
Hold on, I'm gonna ask you that one more time when I have your volume turned up, because it's hard for me to have a conversation with you when I cannot hear your voice. Let's try that again.
Any better? Any better?
Oh, there he is. You're coming all through our speakers here at Rec. All through our speakers. That's the way I like to hear Rick's voice. Super loud. Absolutely. Rick, how you feeling? How has the last few months been going for you and your team? Are y'all feeling good these days? Rick,
now
how you
I
feeling?
can't hear you that well, Dave. I really just miss your voice and just want to hear you better.
I feel the same way about you, Rick. So are you feeling good about tonight's trivia session? Feeling like amped up, ready to go? Thumbs up from Rick on the trivia.
I'm ready.
All right. So if Rick is ready to go, we're actually going to start this off in a pretty unique fashion. Before we get too deep in our magician Mervant, got him, Mervant. Usually call him Mervant. We're going to have Mervant come out here and perform his first trick with our guy Rick Nucci. So without further ado, we're going to bring out Merv. We're going to have him do his set. And Rick, let's make it happen.
Let's do it. Hey, Rick, how's it going? Everybody at home, how you doing? Doing good, Rick? Great. I wanna try a little thing with you. We're gonna do some socially distanced magic. So usually I do magic in person, and recently it's been kind of different. But I found some interesting ways to interact with people, and I want to try something special with Rick. We still have Rick on? Great.
Is Rick on?
Wonderful. Rick, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Rick, could you give me a yes if you can hear me? Nice. Rick, I have a puzzle underneath this hat. Now, it's the world's most famous puzzle. It was actually the best-selling toy in the 80s. Do you have any idea what it is? You can word it with your mouth if I can't hear you, but go for it. Do you know what it is?
Rubik's Cube.
You got it right, man. I hear you. A Rubik's Cube, and the Rubik's Cube is actually super popular, and they say that there are more combinations to a Rubik's Cube than there are grains of sand on the planet. So obviously I can't hand you this cube and have you mix it up, but I have an interesting way for you to mix it up from home with me here. You ready?
Ready.
Great. So I'm going to have you name a side. So we have front, back, right, left, top, and bottom. As you name those sides, I'm going to turn it. For example, if you say right, left, front, I'll do like that. You get the idea? Great. So
I got you.
Oh, I hear you perfectly now. So I want you to just start naming some sides. Go for it.
All right, top.
Front, top, more.
Left, right, back.
We're going to go back. That would be the back of the cube, Gert.
Yeah. Bottom.
We're going to go bottom. Give me about 5 more.
All right. We'll go right.
Right.
Left.
Left, and one more. Almost there.
Up. Top.
Now, would you say that if you named different sides, that this cube would be in different order? Would you say that?
Yes.
And you have now created a very unique combination, but I want to show you something. Technically, you mix this cube up. I use my hands, but inside this box here, I have a little box right here. I actually have, inside this little lockbox, you'll see there's just another Rubik's Cube. It's my little gift to you. And if you look closely, you may not even notice this. Let's see here. If you look closely, I think something interesting happened. Check this out.
Whoa.
That's one side. That's an absolute perfect match. But here's the thing. You could have made any combination, not just one side. Look, that's 2 sides. That's a perfect match. Not just 2 sides, but 3 sides. Not just 3 sides, but 4 sides. Not just 4 sides, but 5 sides. Rick, that's 6 sides, a perfect match. You did that from home. Yeah, talk about amplifying Philly. That's crazy. Bravo.
I love it.
Thank you. I know you guys are clapping at home. It's absolutely okay. I'm used to the silence these days. But if you guys are at home, I can feel the vibes all the way from here. Thank you so much. Rick, I can't wait for trivia. It's gonna be a good time. All right.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. So everyone at home, my name is Mervant. If you caught that first trick, I'm a magician and a mentalist. I do different types of shows. If you want to check me out, my Instagram is MERVANT. I'm pretty sure I'm one of the only people in the world with that name. But let's get into it. I want to try something at home with you guys. Yes, you, where you're sitting right here at home right now. I know it sounds weird, but we're going to do magic right through your screen. Are you ready? Leave the shirt. Yes. We'll make it work. Check it out. Here we go. I want you to take your hands out just like this and put them out. Thumbs up. There we go. Thumbs up. So far, so good. All right. It's not too late in the day. I still have you guys. We're going to put our thumbs down just like that. Very good. You're still with me? Put another hand over just like this. We're going to cross the hands over, and we're going to clasp them together. Perfect. And keep them clasped. The idea is to lift them up so they're high up, just like this. And without letting go, just turn your thumbs up like that. It's kind of, okay. I know, I have weird wrists, so it's a magician thing. Hogwarts, Magician State, one of the two. Okay, here, one more. Just, all you're gonna do is take your hands this time. This is a little bit different. I want you to imagine that your hands are like magnets. At the ends of your fingertips, you have little magnets. You're gonna take your hands, you're gonna clasp them nice and tightly, just like that. And while they're clasped really tight, palm to palm, you're gonna put your index fingers out. And I don't want you to look at the screen. I want you to focus right in between your fingers. And as you focus in between your fingers, a lot of you will feel your fingers be like magnets and begin to touch. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit. And if that works for you, this is the craziest moment ever. I think a lot of you guys did get the fingers touching at home. And that's a good thing because that means we're in sync. That means we're in sync. Like the boy band. We're gonna, we'll try this. While we're in sync, now we can try something pretty interesting. I have a deck of cards here. And as a magician, you always get asked the same question. Can you cheat at cards? Oh, I want to go to the casino with you. Things like that. So this is actually my answer to that. I have a deck of cards here, and I'm going to come up so you guys can see this. I have a deck of cards here, and these are actually special. This is a deck of marked cards. So people always ask, how do you know you're dealing with marked cards? Usually you just flip over the box. They have them labeled. You can check that way. But they don't look marked. I mean, they look completely normal because on this deck, these markings are actually on the edge of the cards. Now, if I was to take the whole deck out, you'd be able to see the side of the deck. And I want everyone at home to remember this moment. Me showing you each and every card in the deck, all the cards different, mixed up, just like this. And I'm going to ask Dave, I'm going to riffle down the side of the deck, and you're going to say stop somewhere, and we'll pick a card all together. Sound good? Stop. Right there? I'm not sure which one it is. I'm going to look away, but I'm going to show it to the camera. Can you guys see that? Great, great. So that card is going to go right back in. And we're going to try to find that card in a pretty interesting way. All I want to do is give the deck a few shuffles. A few shuffles. If I give it a shuffle like this, check it out. They say there's 4 suits. So there's spades, clubs, hearts, and diamonds. If you look closely, you'll see the deck says unshuffle 4 times. 4 times. Dave, if I give it another one, I give it another shuffle, we can get closer to finding out what your card is. All I have to do is riffle down just like that, and you'll see the deck will read unshuffle twice. Unshuffle. We'll do it again. This is my favorite one. This is the matrix shuffle. I call it the matrix shuffle. Check this out. If we're in sync, if everybody at home saw that card, if I give it one more, you'll see the deck will now be completely unshuffled. Now I could have chose any word, but I picked that word unshuffle for a reason, because now every single card in the deck, if you guys remember, every single card in the deck, all of the hearts, all of the clubs, all the diamonds, and all the spades are completely unshuffled, back in brand new deck order. Every single card in the deck, not one off, unshuffled. I know. Amazing, right? Yeah. But here's the thing. I didn't find your card yet, Dave. You can say, just kind of say it out loud. What card was it? What card was it?
The Eight of Hearts.
The Eight of Hearts. Eight of Hearts. Let's see how we can do this. Let's see here. Eight of Hearts. Let's see. Eight of Hearts. That's the card.
Money.
Eight of Hearts. Unshuffled.
Money.
Nice.
That's good stuff.
Nice. Thank you. All right, I want everyone at home right now to think of a playing card. All right. Ace of Spades? Ace of Spades. Somebody at home just freaked out. Somebody just jumped out of their seat. If it was you, at me. The Rubik's Cube. Where that cube came from, there was actually another cube where that cube came from. Now, once these things are mixed, you can do some pretty interesting stuff. I'm going to give it another mix here, just like that. And I'm going to take the cube. I'm going to place it inside the bag, just like that. If I give it a snap, you won't even believe it. In a little shake, you'll see the cube is now solved. No, empty. It's empty. Okay, that was a cheap trick. There was another cube inside the box, inside the bag. You know what? I'll do it again, but a little bit different. This time, we have the cube. The cube is already solved, but if I put it inside the bag, you can see the bag is empty. If I take the cube and I place it inside the bag, now I'm not even able to see what size I'm turning. So I'm going to mix it up a little bit, make it completely hidden. I'll just do it with one hand to give you guys an idea of what's going on. And just to make it even more random, I'll completely mix it up here, just like that. You would say that's pretty mixed, right? It would take a while to get to solve it. Well, here's the weird thing. If I take it, I can place it inside the bag, and just with a couple of turns, I'll even do it with one hand, let's see. Just with a couple of turns, you can solve the cube just like that. Just like that. Nice. So, for everyone at home, I want to show you guys one of my favorite tricks. It's the oldest trick in Magic, and it's very popular. A lot of people may see, you may have seen people do it on different shows and things like that. But this is the trick with the cups and the balls. Now, I have a little story behind this. I was raised in Philadelphia, and when I was younger, I used to go down to the Jersey Shore. On the shore, I would see a guy on the boardwalk. He would have a hat, an old felt hat. He would do this trick, and he would do a bunch of different things, and I was a kid just watching, and I was amazed. I didn't know how he was doing it. And he would, at the end of his act, he would put down his hat onto the table, and everyone would come up and just throw money in it. It was amazing, and as a kid, it was an interesting thing to see, a guy outside doing magic, people throwing money inside of a hat. So I actually got a chance to ask him, how is that trick done? He said, well, if you put money inside the hat, I'll tell you how it's done. So I had $1, took it out, I placed it inside the hat. He leaned in, and very carefully he said, it's magic. So that was my introduction to magic, and I want to relive that for you guys. So in the spirit of that guy on the boardwalk, I'll wear a hat, and we'll use 3 cups. These cups are somewhat special. They're made out of spun copper, 3 cups, and each cup has a unique ring to it. The only thing that is strange about these cups is that you can actually drop them right through each other. It's the weirdest thing. This one actually can fall right through that one, solid through solid. If you miss it one more time, it looks like that. That's 3 cups, And there's something else you need. You need 3 little crochet balls and a stick, or in this case, a wand, a metal wand. Great. We're gonna use 3 balls, 3 cups. I want you guys to watch very carefully. This is how it looked to me. This is ball number 1. Ball number 1, if I take it and I give it a squeeze, just like that, will vanish. Don't applaud yet, because ball number 2, all I have to do is give it a little squeeze and a wave, and that ball will also vanish. Ball number 3 is a little bit different. You'll see it happen this time in slow motion. Okay. No, the ball actually does vanish, but they don't go far. All you have to do is tap the cups, and each ball reappears underneath the cup. Now, when I first saw this, I was thinking to myself, well, how? I mean, they're solid metal. How could someone possibly have the ball reappear underneath if they were sitting down? And then the guy looked at me. He asked me, if I take ball number 1 and place it under cup number 1, ball number 2 and place it under cup number 2, and ball number 3 and place it under cup number 3, Dave, what do you name? Could you name a cup 1, 2, or 3? What do you say? 3. Cup number 3. If I tap cup number 3, I can actually get that ball to vanish. Could you name another cup? 1. If I tap cup number 1, I can actually get that ball to vanish, which would mean that all 3 balls would have to appear under cup number 3. Now, Dave, I'm going to take each ball. It's going to go under each cup. Are you watching closely? All right, here we go. This would be ball number 1. If I take ball number 1 and I place it away, and I take ball number 3 and I place it away, Dave, how many balls were here? 1, very good. But it's kind of strange, because then this one comes back. See? And I'll tell you why that one comes back. See, this is all sleight of hand. It's all called sleight of hand. The idea is to take the ball, to make it look like I'm taking the ball away, but what I really do is keep it here. And when I want the ball, Dave, to appear underneath the cup, I can roll it at the same time, lifting up the cup, making it appear as if it came from underneath. Now, if I wanted to do magic, I would take the ball away, I tap the cup, the ball would actually just come back like that. That would be the easy way to do it. But Dave, since you know that now, if I take a ball and place it away, how many balls were underneath number 2? What do you say? 1, very good. 2 balls, very good. Dave, how many balls if I tap it like magic? How many balls underneath number 2? What do you say? 1, very good. 3. All right, Dave, this is the easy one. This is the easy one. 3 balls go away. They go inside the pocket. How many balls underneath number 1? What do you say? 1. Technically, he's right. It's not a ball. It's actually a line. See? That's the whole thing. So imagine me as a young kid. I'm on the boardwalk. I'm seeing this guy make limes appear out of thin air. So I challenged him. I walked up and I said, I think I could figure that out. So he took his hat, he put it down, and he said, before you try to figure this out, I have a little waiver for you. $5 if you can tell me how many balls are underneath the hat. So Dave will do this with you. I'm just going to wave, do a little magic gesture. I'll say, Amplify Philly. That's the magic word. How many balls underneath the hat? What do you say? None. That is a good guess. That is a good guess. He's seen this before. He's cheating. But you know what? There is one. No, there is still one. Now here's the thing. If I was to take that ball and place it away, absolutely far away, what would you say? How many balls now? 1. 2, very good. 2. But here's the thing. This is all misdirection. See, it's never been about the cups. It's never been about the balls. It's always been about attention. See, if you guys were paying attention, you would have saw that there was a lime here. The red ball goes away, but you would have saw the other lime that was underneath that cup too. That's the whole thing, see? If you were paying even closer attention, you would notice that it wasn't only underneath that cup, but it was also underneath this cup here, just like that. That would be 3 limes. You know what? We'll do it again in slow motion. It's done. If you missed the first time, if you're just logging on, what I just did was I made a lime appear under the cup. That was cup number 2. I also did it from cup number 3, just like that. And if you were anything like me, you definitely saw each and every line, and you did not miss the honeydew. It's no way. There's no way you missed the honeydew. But that would be it. Thank you, guys. My name is Mervant. I hope you guys had a great time. Let's see. If you guys like magic, if you like what you just saw, check me out. My Instagram is MERVANT. That is MERVANT. Magic Music Motion. Check me out. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Rec Philly, Amplify Philly. All day.
We're doing it live here. Let's give it up. Let's give some snaps. All these limes. Where's the tequila at? That was amazing. I'm blown away. I did not see that honeydew. I don't need to know where that came from. Rick, you still with us? Rick, you hear me? What we're gonna do is we're gonna move.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, I can hear you. Can you hear me? We're gonna move to the trivia portion.
I hear you fine.
Excellent.
We're gonna move.
We're gonna move to our final portion of our at-home series with Rick Nucci and the Guru team.
Gotcha.
Hosting a little bit of trivia for y'all. And just to give y'all a little context of what's going to happen is Rick's going to guide us through a series of 10 questions. Questions coming up on the screen. Give us some time to answer. The answer also will then be told and appear, from what I understand. And then we're going to keep moving through those 10 questions. And the way to answer those questions is just to comment right in the YouTube box. And we will be keeping score at home. And the winner will receive some solid prizes. Solid prizes, a free t-shirt from Amplify Philly sent your way, a free month of membership at Rec, and maybe even some other cool stuff. I'm going to have Rick take it away. I will send y'all off once Rick's done. I appreciate everyone tuning in. Enjoy some trivia. Thank you, Rick and the Guru team. Always appreciate y'all being down the ride with a little bit of Amplify Philly loving. Rick, over to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I think we have about a 7 or 8 second delay, but you know what? We'll just persevere through because now it's going to be me talking for a bit. All right. So I've got questions and here they come. Number 1. Name one thing Philly did first. And I can see the comments. All right, the answers are coming in. And yeah, hospital is definitely a winner. Awesome. Nice job, Alex Freeman. Number 2. Do you know why the Flyers are called the Flyers? Speed counts here. And I definitely did not know this. And it seems like no one else does. Oh, wait. Allie got it. Allie Adams, congrats. No, it is not, in fact, because Philly is super fly, although you may agree with that. All right, what was, number 3, What was the first business in Philly? And this is something that some of you may need more than ever these days. Yeah, bar, exactly. Oh, and by the way, you should try to name the actual name of the business. And it is definitely a business you have heard of. Well, okay, that was presumptive. You probably have heard of it. Michelle's close. There you go. The Philadelphia Brewing Company. Who would have thought the first thing we did here in this city was make beer? Question number 4. Philadelphia has the largest collection of what kind of art outside of Paris? Outside of Paris, Philadelphia has the largest collection of what kind of art? Good guess, Allie. No, it is not murals, though. Alex, again, nails it. Sculptures. Nice job. Number 5. The Philadelphia Inquirer. The Inquirer is the blank oldest daily newspaper still being published. So, first, second, third, fourth, fifth. The blank oldest daily newspaper still being published. Allie nails it. Third, got it. Very quickly, too. Nice job. Nice job. Number 6. If the Liberty Bell rang, it would be in what tone? And if somebody gets this, I'll be incredibly impressed. Michelle got it. E flat. Nice job. Nice job. That's very impressive. I'm surprised somebody didn't just go through all the possible notes and get it, but you got it. Nice work. Number 7. Which of the following holidays was invented in Philadelphia? And I'm going to give you choices. Flag Day, Mother's Day, Thanksgiving, Halloween. Yeah, Michelle with the win. I think Michelle must be winning. She's on fire. Nice work. Mother's Day is right. Halloween's my favorite holiday, but that's not what this question's about. So let's stay focused. Number 8. The Rail Park, aka the Philly version of New York City's High Line, sits atop a former rail viaduct. Which railroad company ran trains on those tracks? By the way, I don't like comparing things to New York City things, but I'll let that slide. Which railroad company ran trains on those tracks of what is now called the rail park? Alex got it. The Reading Railroad. Well done. We got two left. Number 9. Which Fishtown dive bar is known for the Kensington Happy Meal? Bonus point. What is in the Kensington Happy Meal? Trash in a bag. No, that is not it. That is not it. No, it is not a 40 and a hot dog. El Bar. That's right. It is El Bar. You got that, Michelle. It is El Bar. But can you actually say what's in the Happy Meal? Okay, actually, the 40 and hot dog is actually not far off, but not quite. El Bar's right. It consists of 2 hot dogs, a PBR tall boy, a bag of chips, and a mystery prize of some sort. Okay, and last question, number 10, ending with a sports question, which is where my depth of knowledge runs deepest. In 1999, this Philly basketball player set a record for the most steals in one NBA playoff game. Someone's definitely going to, oh, Dave Silver instantly gets it right. Nice work. Nailed it. Yes, Allen Iverson. But I think that question was almost pointless because Michelle had to have won.
All right. Michelle is our winner, as she always is. Michelle is our winner at heart. Oh, where am I? Oh, here I am. Hello, Rick. Rick, thank you,
What's our
man.
final score?
That was
Dave?
our first try at the old trivia. It seemed like we had a good old time, right? Following our magic. So we appreciate you always being down with the Get Down here at Amplify Philly as we try to make our virtual at-home series replicate the energy we give at South by Southwest. We're getting close. This is almost like one of those Saturday nights with DJ Jazzy Jeff. Next time. Rick, thank you so much, man. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. And that, my friends, is the beginning of the end here of our broadcast. We started at 9 a.m. with a great session, and we are now concluding. I want to thank all of our partners and sponsors who were involved today. Had a good old time. I want to thank Mervant. I want to thank our musicians, Aijee, L&M, all the partners and sponsors that you see down here. The team behind the production, that's behind the screens over at Mid-Atlantic FX, the Witty Gritty team, Rec. We will be back October 21st. Set that in your schedule if you're watching this either live or you're watching this on a pre-recorded. Please do that. Our final shout out to Technically Philly and Philly Tech Week. Congratulations on their 10-year anniversary. Make sure you're going to 2020.phillytechweek.com to check out their schedule. We will be back October 21st. Until then, add us at Amplify Philly, And this is our send-off. Have a great one. Peace, love. Let's make it happen.